Um, Good morning, esteemed colleague, distinguished guests, and dear friends. I'm honored to welcome you to the International Conference for Generative AI and its application. As a co-chair and speaker of this event, I am delightful to see many of the passionate educators, researchers, and technology enthusiasts gather here today to explore the transformative potentials of artificial intelligence in education. Artificial intelligence is reshaping our world in countless ways, and in education in no exemption. AI tools are revolutionizing how we teach, learn, and manage educational systems. From personalized learning experience and intelligent tutoring system to administer automation, predictive analytics, AS is opening new possibility for enhancing education outcomes and making learning more accessible, efficient, and engaging. I would like to begin expressing my heartfelt gratitude to the organized committee for their hard work and dedication in bringing this conference to life. A special thanks to you, to all our sponsor and partners for generous supports, which had been crucial in making this event possible. I also want to acknowledge the invaluable contribution of our keynote speakers, panelists, and presenter who will be sharing their insight, research, and experience with us over the next few days. And of course, a warm thank you to all the attendees. Your commitment to advancing AI in education is what's make this conference truly special. This year conference will cover four key areas. The first key area would be the, sorry, innovative AI tools for learning. We can explore the latest AI-driven tools and platforms that enriching learning experience. This would be coming from all the sharing that our participant will be sharing with us from their research paper. Then we have the AI in education administration. It's not only transforming the classroom, but also the educational institution are being managed, or how would it be managed. Discussion on how AI is being used to streamline administrative tasks, improve resources allocation, and support decision-making processes. Et Ethical and equitable AI in education is very important. As we integrate AI in education, it is crucial to address ethical consideration and ensures that the tools promote equity and inclusions. Very important that we try to look the inclusivity and diversity of it. Lastly, is the future direction and challenges. Looking ahead is we are exploring the future trends and challenges of implementing AI in education. What are emerging opportunity? How can we overcome the barrier to adoptions? These are some of the questions we aim to address. Just to give you an insights on some of the focus area of generative AI is playing a pivotal role in transforming education experience, such as the intelligent tutoring system, wherein AI-driven tutors like Carnegie Learning and Square AI provided personal instruction and feedback to students, adapting to their learning pace and style. We have also areas in content creations AI like OpenAI GPT-3, and now it's version 4, and we have a latest also, as we try to look into the generative education content such as practice question, quizzes, and explanatory text, helping the educator save time and resources. We have also language learning. Some of the example is Duolingo uses generative algorithm to create personalized language exercise and practice scenario. We have also virtual classroom and simulation, which is very much popular nowadays. We have sample is the Google Expeditions and Lobster. And then we have the assessment and feedbacks. As we observe, as educator, we only manage the assessment and feedbacks. But nowadays, we have AI to automate the grading and provide us a detailed feedbacks that helps educator manage large volumes of student works efficiently. So especially for those in the state university, we have a lot of students, so we could manage the proper assessment and feedback on time. And then we have the collaborative learning, which is very much important nowadays because there are peer-to-peer interaction that enhance overall learning experience. I encourage each of you to actively participate in this session, ask question, and network with fellow attendees. You could communicate with them via this chat room so that you could ask question or connect to some of the do you think that it's related to your interests. This conference is not just about sharing knowledge, but also fostering collaboration that will drive the future of AI in education. In closing, I want to express my deep gratitude for the opportunity to be given of the vibrant and forward thinking community. The potential of AI to transform education is immersed, and together we can shape the future in ways that are innovative, responsive, and inclusive. Thank you once again for being here. Let's make this conference a memorable and impactful experience for all. Enjoy the conference and good morning again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc A. So it's a reflective message from the co-chair. Thank you, Doc A, for that very, very wonderful and reflecting message. So I
Yung
think
Helen.
the conference chair, maybe later, will be sharing his thoughts also about the conference. But this time, we will also hear the keynote speakers. Our keynote speakers are very, very known and popular speakers here in the country and around the world. Our first keynote speaker will be delivering his speech on cutting edge developments in generative AI, innovations, challenges, and future directions. Is a teaching academic staff, CSE, University of Santo Tomas, Philippines. Friends, our speaker has been serving in the academy for almost 15 years now, has served the different institutions in the Philippines, particularly in NCR, as instructor, researcher, program coordinator, and dean. Friends, Mr. Edwin de Guzman is currently the teaching academic staff and an e-learning specialist at the University of Santo Tomas, Manila. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome, a virtual applause to our keynote speaker, Professor Edwin de Guzman.
There you go. Am I audible, Ma'am Ellen, Doc Ellen?
Yes, Prof. Very.
Okay. Thank you very much, Doc Helen, for the kind introduction. It's my pleasure to be here and to be sharing some of the most important things, which is one of the trends today with regards to AI. And of course, I would like to acknowledge Doc Arvin, Doc A. It's nice to see you again. It's been a long time since the last time we met. I think that was in Puerto Galera in the Philippines. So, by the way, so again, I would like to thank everybody, especially the organizing committee, for having me here as your keynote speaker and to talk about the cutting edge development in generative AI, innovation challenges, and future directions. Pursuing to the main theme that we have, which is the fostering innovation through generative AI and its applications, and through generative AI, bridging theory to application for the global impact. Now, allow me to share my screen so I will be able to discuss further. Okay, there you go. So by the way, I would like again to introduce myself. I am Edwin de Guzman from the University of Santo Tomas under the College of Information and Computing Sciences. My topic for today is about cutting edge developments in generative AI, innovations, challenges, and future direction. Well, of course, for others, when we think about AI, what is AI? Why is it so relevant today? Why is it so trending today? So, for the information of everybody, for all the researchers that we have right now, the simplest form on how we will be able to describe AI or artificial intelligence, it is the science of making machines that can think like us or humans. It might or it can do things that are considered smart, or an AI technology can actually process large amount of data in a ways like us or humans. So why is it so relevant today? So is it because that AI is to be able, or the goal of AI is to be able to do things such as to recognize such models, patterns. For some, it can make decisions, or in other terms, it may judge like us or humans. Now, artificial intelligence is the study and creation of machines that's normally associated with intelligence. So if we will go further with this, an AI is a field under or within the computer science, which focus on creating machines that is capable of performing our tasks, which is typically require a human intelligence. Still, AI needs human intervention. Under in artificial intelligence, it is actually pursuing the term learning, which AI systems can learn from our data. It can also make decisions based on experiences. AI can also do reasoning, which AI can reason and make logical decisions or deductions. For example, it can solve problems by following set of rules or using any kind of heuristics. One of the most popular thing that AI can do is to do problem solving. AI systems can analyze complex problems and devise strategies to properly solve them, which actually includes a playing chess up to the navigating a self-driving car. Now, artificial intelligence is actually very popular right now. People are so interested in AI for several very different reasons. Just like, for example, for the two professions that we have today. Number one is about psychologists. These people are who is specializing in mental health, counseling. Okay, so how significant is AI with regards to the people like psychologists? For psychologists, they use AI for a mental health diagnosis or treatment. Okay, wherein an AI system can analyze such patient data, facial expressions, speech patterns, text inputs, which they can identify signs of mental health issues. Probably it can be a depression, anxiety. However, the accuracy of the results of using AI tools or AI is not 100%. So we cannot guarantee 100%, which means the true answer should always have the human intervention from the expertise like psychologists or a mental health advocate. Okay, what else can AI do for psychologists? They can also make personalized treatment plans. AI can actually analyze large data sets from various patients to identify such findings, treatments in the most effective for specific conditions, which actually leads to a personalized and effective treatment plans. Now, the next expert is we have here is engineers. Engineers are interested in building machines which can actually create tasks. So, thoroughly, Now, engineers can use AI for designs and simulations. AI-driven design tools can actually generate optimized designs based on specific criteria, constraints, or it can be speeding up their existing design process and ensuring higher efficiency and performance. What else? They can also use, or these people can use AI for quality control. Modern.
Okay, we'll be back with Professor Edwin. Okay, Sir Edwin, take it away.
I'm officially back. Yes. Okay, so where did I start? I'm really sorry for the interruption because the weather in the central Luzon right now it's not quite good. We are experiencing a the effect of typhoon right now in the Philippines. So please bear with me as I continue my talk. So allow me again to share my screen. Okay, as I mentioned, very helpful for engineers when they do quality control, design, or even doing a simulation. So regardless what discipline they are talking about, like structural engineering, computer engineering, manufacturing engineering is actually under or can be used by an AI powered tool. Also, so again, allow me to share. Okay. So traditionally, human capabilities can be undertaken in a software inexpensively and at scale. AI can be applied to a very every sector to enable new possibilities and efficiency. So artificial intelligence doesn't only include one section or one discipline. Now, there are already existing classifications that AI can be useful. For example, a classification to identify is it a dog, is it a cat? So they can identify such a pet or an animal. Or we can use AI for speech recognition. So for speech therapy under rehabilitation sciences, they can also use right now we can also use AI like Siri or Alexa. We also have recommenders. So for example, in such a library systems, we can use an AI recommender to identify which book or which among the existing books are most probably borrowed. So we can use AI recommender so they can identify which book we are talking about. We could also use facial recognition. The simplest form of example of a facial recognition is our smartphones, iPhone, Android phones that can identify the points of our face so that we will be able to enter smoothly, successfully to our phone. And also, we also have robotics. Or if you would check, no, we have drones as well. It has been useful right now, no, in applying AI in such identifying some crime mapping using a drone with the application of AI. Now, what is the effect of AI in business? According to Chase says, last 2023, leaders are now embracing AI to drive material efficiency for their business and help workers do their jobs more effectively. During uh, the trends of applications of AI, there are certain companies in the Philippines is actually displacing some human employment, and they are trying to apply AI, the intervention of AI. For example, they are trying to replace such a secretary, an admin assistant with a chat GPT, because a chat GPT as a generative AI can do, no, a proposal letter, a request letter, a report, etc., without giving them a monthly compensation, comparing with an actual human. However, the disadvantage of having such an AI tool, it may lose an interaction between a supervisor or a leader, no, and to your employees. Now, it may sound very helpful for them because it would actually lessen their operational or manpower expenses. Now, in business, according again, no, to an article or an author Chase during 2023, now to do this successfully, businesses need to adapt. Although, even us, we need to be adaptable in AI or in any change that may arise. We need to be adaptable. However, we have to make sure that any technology that will come along the way with us, we have to educate our people. We have to educate our community. We have to equip them. We have to help them upskill, uplift the education that they need pertaining to the new technology or just like AI. Because even you have the best test AI, the best test technology, but if you do not know how to use it, it will remain nothing. Okay? Now, question. Does AI tools will revolutionize the education? Well, the answer is yes. Okay? Why? Even that we have already AI machines or tools that are already existing. Imagine there have 120 mind-blowing AI tools already. We've been using this one, but some of us, we could not identify that this is an AI already. Now, as I mentioned, we already have AI even during 90s. We've been using them for so many times, for so many hours at different jobs that we have. Now, however, there are 30 generative AI tools that are already existing and very, very applicable to the setting of our classrooms. We have here the Adobe Firefly. It is a generative AI. I would like to say hi to Sir Roland. He's an advocate, no, one of the good person to talk about Adobe Firefly. No? So, nice to see you again, Sir Roland. The ChatGPT AI pertaining to ChatGPT is also one of the most very powerful AI tool today. We also have here the CurryPod. I hope that you're familiar with CurryPod. The CurryPod is an AI generated presentation tool. No, for example, you wanted to discuss about photosynthesis, about geometry, you just have to type it on the search filter of the QueryPad settings or in a QueryPad landing page. Then you have to wait for such to be able to see the results, giving you a complete package of presentation tool with an individual interactivities in just one click away because of that AI. We also have here Grammarly. Grammarly is one of the most AI tool, most very productive tool. Why? Because it helps our teachers to improve their grammar, to improve their spelling as well, so that they will be able to present their work so forth. Okay? Now, specifically, when we talk about generative AI, it is a type of AI technology that can produce various types of content, text with ChatGPT, imagery like data. One of the most popular AI tool is what we call ChatGPT. It is an AI chatbot that uses NLP. NLP stands for a natural language processing to create human-like conversational dialogue. But then and again, ChatGPT again is an AI chatbot. It is not a search engine. Do not use ChatGPT as a search engine. It has a different approach like Google, like Yahoo, like Bing. Okay. Now, a ChatGPT is a product of an open AI or an AI chatbot classification. We also have here, as I mentioned, we have Grammarly. The University of Santo Tomas has acquired a or has a subscription of premium account for Grammarly across all stakeholders, students, teachers, or admin has an account or premium account with Grammarly. Why? Is it because we wanted to make sure that we will be able to improve the grammar of our students, we will improve the conversational type of our teachers as well, and especially to improve our researches. Also, we have Adobe Firefly. The University of Santo Tomas has also acquired this particular software. No, we have even Adobe Express, Adobe Firefly. So what is the purpose of using the Adobe Firefly? It uses generative AI, a simple text prompts to create the highest quality output. For example, you wanted to create such a image. For example, you wanted to create or to have a tiger running on the field, running on the sea, flying in the moon. That Adobe Firefly, as a generative AI, can do that in just one click away. You just have to specify what are the elements that you wanted to include. Then these applications or this generative AI can do it in just one click away. So this is good for those people who are not good in multimedia like me. No, we can utilize this software or this AI tool so that we will be enjoined no to we will be enjoyed to use this AI tool. Next, also we have Canva. Now, during the pandemic, all teachers, educators have used Canva as their presentation tool. Now, this is actually good because it has existing template, existing presentation template. Now they have also applied an AI. Now we have they call it Magic Design. It is an AI design generator that uses AI to create custom, on-brand, and attention-grabbing design in seconds. Also, they're also included in Canva a Magic Write. A Magic Write is also improving or enhancing the content of your presentation. Then after using this called disclaimer, okay, a disclaimer that telling the users that the accuracy of the results of using AI is not actually 100%. Nevertheless, the denominator is still we need human intervention. Okay? Next would be, this is one of the greatest creation, AIKS, AI case AI. So any case AI is a legal research and intelligent platform that knows Philippine laws and jurisprudence by heart. The creator of this one is also a lawyer in the Philippines, which helps those people who are not capable to go through their lawyers or attorneys to ask for consultation about a case. No, this one, but of course, this tool cannot be used during a proper what they call deliberation in court. No, but you can also use this one as a basis, as a point of reference. Now, if you want to use the any case AI, for example, you just wanted to ask what is Data Privacy Act, what is HIPAA, what is cyberbullying, what is libel case. The any case AI will help you to identify what is that law all about, what are the steps, what are the existing cases that we have in the Philippines, so that they will be able to help you, guide you, and at least to educate you. Okay? So that is any case AI. Now, pertaining to the advantages and disadvantages of using the existing AI tools for in an academe or in the education sector is very important. Number one advantage is, well, of course, you can get you can get them from the AI tools that we have. But please do not forget that we need to personalize those, and we have to make sure that human intervention still is the result. Although it may lack later on. It might be streamlining processes, no? It may reduce the steps that we had, time savings, because just like what I've mentioned, it might be one click away, you would have your results already. Eliminating bias, feedback, yes. And of course, it might enhance our efficacy and our efficiency. However, we also worried about the disadvantage of using the AI tool. Yeah, and I'm officially back again. I'm really, really sorry for the interruption. So, by the way, would like to again share my screen. By the way, thank you, Doc Helen, for saving me. Okay,
Don't worry,
so
Doc.
continue as I mentioned. Thank you. So as I mentioned, we have here the lack of emotions, because the interaction will always be between you and the AI tool or the computer itself, but not to other people. Ethical concerns. We are also talking about here privacy, the security. Okay? Because our security will always be at risk, especially if we are using our personal information dealing with our AI tools. Now, ChatGPT, reminder to everybody that it is not a search engine or even a database. It is a logic engine that generates statistically probable text. So from the word probable text, it might be wrong, it might be correct. Okay? AI ethics is very important, okay? Because more principles and guidelines governing the development of deployment and the use of AI technology is very, very crucial. And the denominator of using artificial intelligence as a whole or as a tool is discipline. Again, we have to use AI tools, our AI application, as a point of reference as well, especially when we are talking about tools. Also, when we use our AI tools as a general, we are also talking about fairness, transparency. We have to be accountable. And after all, when we are having the results coming from AI tool, As one of the advantage, we have to personalize these results. Why? To be able to provide integrity of our data. According to the United Nations, ethical principles in the use of AI are the following. I would not go deeply because I know that this has been discussed for several times. Number one is do no harm. When you use AI tools for education, for your work, in your organizations, make sure that the AI is not harming any other people. We have also to define the purpose of using this AI. No? Proportionality, which means the legitimate purpose has to be discussed properly. Fairness, and no discrimination at all when we use AI. Which means when you use AI, it has to be more helpful to the people around you. Participation is indeed very good. Transparency, you have to be transparent in using AI. You have to tell your people that that you are using AI as well. Learning sustaining this AI tool is very important as well. We have to be responsible and we have to learn how to be accountable when we use the AI tool. When this AI tool would actually provide disadvantages or even advantages, we'll have to make sure learning how to be accountable in using these AI tools. Next would be the safety and the security is very important. We always wanted to make sure that our people is safe and secure. Still, no, the right to privacy, data protection, data governance is very relevant even in the Philippines since we have a law here, the Data Privacy Act, no, and human autonomy and oversight. So these are the United Nations ethical principles in the use of artificial intelligence. So again, if some of you will be able to identify or to develop such an AI tool or application of AI, we have to make sure that we have to follow rather the UN ethical principle so that we will be able to achieve and attain the goal of using the AI properly and responsibly. And of course, much of what we do is deeply human and cannot be totally replicated by an AI. Again, AI is an AI. AI cannot replace human, and human will still be human, needs human intelligence. And according to the Alphabet Incorporated, the Google parent has advised employees not to enter its confidential materials to AI chatbots or in any AI tools. Why? So that you will not be able to put your personal or your sensitive personal information at risk. If you will be able to use your information, do not sell it, do not give it to any kind of AI tools. So you might wanted to use another personally another information that we have, or at least your reserved email, your reserved information. So you will not be compromised now with the risk of trusting any AI tools with regards to your personal information. And of course, as I mentioned again, do not include confidential or personal sensitive information to your any Gen I conversation. Again, thank you very much everybody for listening. Terima kasih. Shukran. Thank you very much everybody for listening and having me as a keynote speaker in our international conference on generative AI and its application. Once again, this is Edwin from the College of Information and Computing Sciences of the University of Santo Tomas. Maraming salamat.
Thank you so much, Professor Edwin. No, it's a very informative talk. So I also learned a lot in your talk, Prof. Thank you so much. So I think there are a lot of questions, and I think later on, these questions will be answered by our keynote speakers. Thank you so much. Maraming salamat po. So our next speaker is a very competent individual. So he is the lead AI consultant, Palo IT. Dr. Satyajit Patnaik is a data scientist with a passion for turning data into actionable insights and meaningful stories. So, data scientist is very expert no, of this data to make it a very good. This is a very potent for research. A researcher himself, right from the data extraction till the final data product or actionable insights. He is a dedicated and determined person who can adapt to any environment, which is quite evident from the cross-domain projects involving different types of data, platforms, and techniques he has worked already. Apart from the skills related to data capture, data analysis, and presentations, he also possesses good problem-solving skills. And according to Sir Edwin, AI can help no in problem solving. Being from computer science field is really an add-on to do things quickly and in reusable manner, according to Dr. Uh, Dr. Satyarjit. Along with machine learning, he believes that in quick learning as when it is very, very much needed. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our keynote speaker who will be delivering his talk about AI from a lead AI consultant, Palo IT, Hong Kong. Please welcome and give a virtual applause to Dr. Satyajit Patnaik. A
Uh,
virtual applause, please. Doc, it's your turn.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction. Yes, my name is Satyajit Patnaik. You can call me Sat. Um, Thanks again for inviting to this wonderful international conference on generative AI and its applications. I have been working into this space for almost last 10 years. And I have been building AI products and generative AI products as well. My topic for the day is going to be um, in fact, I had a lot more slides than this, but I have deleted some of the slides while I was, attending the previous lecture by Dr. Edwin. So I'll not try to bore you on the basics of AI. Probably my lecture is going to be the next step of the previous lecture. So we will be jumping into generative AI, and of course, we will also show you some demos because we have already built, in fact, I have built some proof of concepts for my company and for my other research work, which I will be showing you. A quick introduction about myself. My name is Satyajit Patnaik. You can call me Sat because my name is little bit big. 13 years of industrial experience working in the space of AI and data from the past, almost 9 to 10 years. And currently, I'm working as an AI data lead in Palo IT, Hong Kong. So my topic is going to be future of AI. We will be talking about generative AI and language models. So my very first slide is basically about the content, a general understanding of AI, which you already have, generative AI and large language models, and how do we combine Gen AI LLMs to create an application or create a proof of concept or a product. And of course, I'll also talk about a little bit about prompt engineering on how you can interact with ChatGPT in a better way. So again, I'll not take much time here, but the overall scope is AI. AI is artificial intelligence that is artificially gained from the current data. There are different areas of research which leads to AI, and one of these areas of research is AI, machine learning, natural language processing, robotics, autonomous vehicles, and many more. But we are currently focusing on machine learning. Under machine learning, we have deep learning, and under deep learning, we have a new concept which has been revolutionizing the market right now, which is generative AI. Generative AI, in simple terms, is nothing but the generation of text, images, and videos. Like you are passing some data, the model is being trained on thousands and thousands and terabytes of data. And when you're asking a question, like a simple language question you are asking, the model is generating something. Okay. Now, if I talk more about the generative AI architectures, probably we'll have to spend a lot more time. So I'll not talk on the technicalities right now. AI technology landscape is something like this. We have different areas of research that leads to AI. We have machine level translation, deep learning, machine learning, autonomous systems, neural networks, natural language processing, text to speech, speech to text. Multiple areas of researches basically leads to AI. Generative AI is nothing but the new category of AI that is creating new content. And when I say new content, content could be textual content, content could be images, could be videos. So, based on a prompt that we are passing, the model is understanding the prompt, what the user is asking. Based on that, it goes back to its memory, checks where can I fetch the information, and then it generates the output for you. That is what generative AI is all about. And when it comes to LLMs, large language models, these are mostly some big models that are trained on huge corpus of textual data. Now, one of the classic examples of LLMs is ChatGPT. Under ChatGPT, there is a concept called as GPT, which is general pre-trained transformers. That concept is used. So ChatGPT is using GPT concept. Now we have ChatGPT 4.0. So they are using GPT 4.0. We have GPT 4, GPT 3.5. So different versions of transformers or decoder only transformers are used for generative AI. There are different generative AI use cases, starting from the language part in the marketing content, note taking, summarizing, creating YouTube scripts. If you have a huge blog, you want to summarize something, text summarization is there, essay generation is there. From visual part, we have video generation, 3D models, design. So, lot more use cases are there when it comes to generative AI. So we have the textual part, the image part, and the video part. And there are different models that are created to deal with each of these use cases. When it comes to text generation, we have ChatGPT. Everybody knows about it. Google Bard was very famous in 2023. Now, Google Bard is not famous because Google has a new product called as Gemini. So Gemini is there. We have Llama 3. Llama 3 is the latest large language model from Meta, from Facebook. We have Cloud APIs, we have Mistral, we have Mixtral. So there are tons and tons of text generation large language models. When it comes to code generation, especially for programmers, it is also using generative AI, decoder only architecture. We have GitHub Copilot, Top9, and various other tools. Image and video generation tools are also there. DAL-E is a image generation tool. Many of you might or might not know this. OpenAI has released their video generation tool as well, which is called as Sora, Sora. It was launched like 3 to 4 months back. If you go and Google it out, you will get it. Just search OpenAI Sora, you will get it. So that's a new tool that is yet to become public right now, but they have launched that model. And there are various other generative AI models. Now, as I already explained, generative AI and large language models, LLMs, are basically those kind of models that are trained on textual data, large corpus of textual data. There are multiple use cases of using LLMs: data extraction, chatbot, sentiment analysis. So anything and everything can be done using LLMs. Now, we all know ChatGPT, I'm assuming, because ChatGPT is not new, right? So let's say I'll just quickly go to ChatGPT for a while. Now in Hong Kong, ChatGPT is banned. So I'm going to a public tool which is called as u.com, which internally uses ChatGPT. So it's almost same like ChatGPT. Now, when we are going to ask ChatGPT, just try to understand ChatGPT is nothing but a generative AI large language model. It is not like Google search. In Google search, you are searching something. Oh, give me top 5 restaurants in Hong Kong, or top 5 restaurants in Philippines, or top 5 restaurants in Jakarta, near Somerset Grand Chitra. So you will be able to get certain results from the web. But this is a tool that is trained on terabytes of data, where when you are asking a question, probably I'll ask a question and then I will explain how the breakdown happens, how AI is able to understand. So let's say, write a script for my YouTube channel. Now, when I'm asking this question, what happens is this entire question is broken down into tokens. Now, this is a simple English language related question, but it has multiple words, right? Write a script for my YouTube channel. Now, context is missing here. What is context? Context means I'm not giving information. Now, as a human to human, if I ask some of you a help like this, write a script for my YouTube channel, what will you do? Obviously, you will give me a very generalized answer because I'm not passing context in this. But instead of this, if I give a context or a topic, that write a script on, let's say, probability, or maybe let's say top 10 data science projects for my YouTube channel, I will get a better response. So what happens here is, word by word, the sentence is broken down into tokens. Tokens are then converted into embeddings, which is basically numerical representation. Embeddings go to the model, to the OpenAI model as a vector data. Maybe I'll do a quick whiteboarding. I'll not take much time. I'll quickly go to a whiteboard and try to explain you how the flow happens. It's going to be very easy to understand. Now, for example, I'm passing this thing, okay? I'm just copying this and I'm passing this. Now, this is my prompt. This is my prompt. Now, what happens is prompt is broken down into tokens. So let's say a simplest explanation of token is word to word token. So this is a token, this is a token, this is a token, this is a token, 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 token. So there are like 20 tokens, imagine. Now, tokens are broken down into embeddings. So you can simply consider it as numerical data. Let's say 1.0, 0.4, 0.5, and so on. So eventually, this textual data is being converted into numerical data. Now, here we have OpenAI. Okay, OpenAI, imagine OpenAI is a huge brain that has terabytes of data. Now, when the data was trained into OpenAI, data was also transformed into vectors in a similar fashion. And then vectors are being stored in some memory in OpenAI. Now, what happens is when you're passing this input from the OpenAI database, we call it as a vector database. From the vector database, we try to get the most relevant information. How do we get it? First, from the prompt, the model understands the context, contextual meaning. So, top 10 data science projects for my YouTube channel. Based on this context, it will go and find some relevant information from the memory. So let's say there are millions and millions of vectors. Let's say it gets this, and let's say another vector as an output. Then the capability of generative AI, especially this LLM model, is chat completion. So using a concept called as chat completion, it will finally give you an output. And that's how the entire flow works. So if I go ahead and ask this, obviously you will be getting an answer, a proper answer, a script. Now, prompt engineering is nothing but a concept, a technique where you have to know the knowledge, you should have the knowledge of writing a good prompt. Now, let's say if you ask, write a script for my YouTube channel, obviously the bot will not be able to understand because there is no context. But if you are giving more and more information, let's say instead of this, I want to give even more information. Write a script for a 5-minute video on top 10 data science projects for my YouTube channel. Start with a good hook. So I'm giving even more information. So now the output will be even better. So the more information you give, the better output you get. Now that is called as prompt engineering. Prompt engineering is the technique that involves structuring text that can be interpreted by a generative AI model. So it has instruction, what you want the model to do, the bot to do. It should have context. It should have input data. It should have an output indicator. How do you want to get the output? Let's say you want the output in bullet points. You can also do that by just adding that into the prompt. Start with the good hook and give me the output as part of as bullet points. So prompt engineering is something that you will automatically be better with. The more you chat with ChatGPT, you will automatically be better with prompt engineering. So there is no rocket science here. And you can see you're able to get detailed output in bullet points. So these four things are very important. Now there are different types of prompt, writing prompt. Zero shot prompting is not giving much information, just providing the task information. Write a YouTube script for my data science YouTube channel. One shot prompting is write a YouTube script for my data science YouTube channel related to a particular topic. So the model understands, yeah, sir is asking for feature encoding. So it will give you output based on the topic. If you give even more information, which is called as few shot prompting, write a 5-minute YouTube script on different types of feature encoding with showing examples and Python code for my data science YouTube channel. Start with a 10-second hook line and end the conclusion. So this is how you can use your prompts. Now, another question was there in the chat box, which was related to whether we can train our own data uh, on large language models. Well, data privacy is a concern for sure, but there are some large language models where data privacy is intact. There is no problem if you are using your own data, but do not use your own personal data on public large language models. Public large language models means ChatGPT. Do not post anything sensitive. If you want to create your own model, you can obviously create your own model where you would need some Python knowledge and some data science knowledge. How do we create a large language model use case or a chatbot on your own data? Again, if I talk about it, it will take a lot of time, but I'll try to shorten this up. So what happens is, this is the entire flow. What happens? Now, when you're passing your own data, one second. When you're passing your own data, let's say we will take an example of research paper. You all are researchers. You have your own research paper. Okay. We know how hectic it is to go through research paper, right? I myself go through a lot of research papers. Research papers are 20, 25, even 100 pages. Going through each and every bits and pieces is difficult. Can we build a chatbot on research papers? Yes, we can. I will show you a demo. Internally, what happens is a research paper, which is a, let's say, a 25-page document, is being broken down into chunks internally, chunks of documents. Okay. From these chunks of documents, you can see it gets converted into embeddings. Embeddings is nothing but imagine it as vector data or numerical data. Okay. So your vectors are being converted. Now, what you can do is you can either store this vector in a vector database, or you can store it in there are two ways: in-memory database and physical database. In-memory database, if you want to store, there are options like ChromaDB, FAISS, and so on. If you want to store it in a vector database, there is Pinecone, and there are various vector databases. Okay, so let's say we are considering vector database. So this entire embeddings is getting stored in database. Simple so far. As a user, you are opening the chatbot. You are asking the question, explain the different methods used in the paper. So what's happening is, from this input, again, you are converting it into embeddings, embeddings into vectors, and then you are going to this database and trying to get the as much information as possible. So let's say here you have millions of vectors. You are getting the most relevant information, and then using OpenAI, you are doing the chat completion. That is the entire flow of creating a large language model based chatbot. Okay. If you are interested more on generative AI and large language models, from the theoretical part to practicals, you can reach out to the CRF team. We'll probably see if you can deliver some classes later. But now I'll show you a demo, okay, simple demo where I have created a simple application for my company. So, 1 second. Yeah. So this is for my company. This is a tool that we have created. It's an internal chat GPT type of application where you can start your own chatbot using your own document. Okay. So let's say in this example, I'm going to use one paper. So the paper is all about retrieval augmented generation, RAGs, which is again in the context of large language model. So we will be loading this document as a custom data, and we will be asking some questions. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So I'm loading this document and I'm loading this document and then I'm processing it. So now in the background, what happens is, this is a Flask based application. So the history is also being shown when you're opening a new session. So let's not get into that. This is a application where I'm trying to pass the document. The document is being embedded on top of the OpenAI model right now. So let's say I will ask something. I'll go to the research paper. What is this research paper all about? So it is going to go through the research paper and give you the output. What is RAG? Please explain. Now, if you ask some random questions not relevant to the context of the document, let's say, who is Roger? I have already asked this question. Let's say, who is Roger Federer? Now, Roger Federer, everybody knows. But the model is not answering. Why? Because I have created the model in such a way, it will only answer from the document that has been trained on. It will not go to the OpenAI's original brain and get the answers. Because if you ask OpenAI, who is Roger Federer, obviously OpenAI will answer because they already have information about Roger Federer, right? But here the model does not know because the model is trained only for this custom data. So this is a beautiful example of generative AI or large language models. There are other use cases also. Let me also show you one more demo, which is basically for one of our clients. So this particular chatbot is created on a custom data. Now, I'll close this down because this is my company's POC, proof of concept. But the idea is, uh, let's say you go to a particular website, any website, you can scrape the entire website data. The scraped data can be converted into PDF documents, and that can also be fed to the large language models, and you can create a chatbot on that. So that is a beautiful use case. Research paper is a beautiful use case. Another use case of generative AI is in the space of healthcare. Let's say you go for blood tests, right? And let's say you get some blood test reports. Your your what do you say? Your some of your glucose levels are 4.5, your RBC level is 3.5, and so on, right? There are so many medical technical terms where you need to see a general practitioner to get to know how your report is. So instead of that, you can create a chatbot which is trained on the report, and when you're asking something, the bot will act as a general practitioner. So there are tons and tons of use cases around generative AI. I'll wind up my lecture here because I don't want to get into more technicalities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. So I have learned a lot in your lecture, no, especially that I know also that in Hong Kong, ChatGPT is banned. In the Philippines, almost everybody is doing ChatGPT, including their messages, messages, welcome addresses, etc., etc. But it is very beneficial. No, we have learned a lot with your talk. Thank you so much, Dr. Dr. Sat, to
Yeah,
make it
thanks.
short.
Yeah.
Thank you very, very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think you've learned a lot with our keynote speakers. And of course, this time I would like to invite you to listen very well to our next keynote speaker. He is a civil servant belonging to Indian Telecom Service since 2015, so batch 2015. He holds a graduate degree in electronics and communication engineering, along with his a master's degree in sociology. Currently, he is posted as Assistant Director General at National Center for Communication Security, Bangalore. It is an office under Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. Having more than 14 years of experience, can you imagine that? In the field of telecom, his areas of interest include cellular technology, network and mobile security, effective handling of cyber crimes, busting clandestine, illegal telecom setup, security certification of telecom equipment. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shreya Ashishrags, ITS, Assistant Director General, National Center for Communication Security, Bangalore, India, on his talk entitled Telecom in Industry 4.0, Powering the Factories for the Future. A big hand and a virtual applause to our keynote speaker, Professor Surya Ashi.
Good morning, ma'am.
Prof, take it
Am I
away.
audible to you? Good morning.
Yes, Prof.
Okay, I'll share my screen and is it full screen? Is it visible?
Yes, very visible.
Okay. So a very good morning to all of you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Ashish Chog. I am working in Department of Telecommunications of the Government of India. So today my topic is about how we can leverage telecom technologies mm, in the Industry 4.0. That is how we can realize the full potential of Industry 4.0 with help of telecom technologies. But first, let us understand that what Industry 4.0 is all about. I'll just brief about it. So during the first industrial revolution, we were able to mechanize the production process with help of steam energy. During the second industrial revolution, we used electricity to mass produce on assembly lines. During the third industrial revolution, we were able to semi-automate the production process with help of computers and programmable controllers. Now, during the fourth industrial revolution or Industry 4.0, we look forward to fully automate and digitize our production, manufacturing, supply chain, and related processes for improving the efficiency, sustainability, and safety of our industries with help of enabling technologies. The first enabling technology is sensors and actuators. So this is the bedrock of industrial IoT. The sensors and actuators are embedded in the machines, devices, and robots, and they are transducers which convert one form of energy to another form of energy. For example, let us say we have a fire sensor. So fire sensor will detect change in temperature, change in heat, It will relay that information to a central controller. Central controller will give some control signal and an actuator will take some action. This control signal goes to an actuator which takes some action. Now actuator can turn on a red LED in case of a fire, or it can turn on a valve for dousing that fire. So with help of sensors and actuators, what we are able to achieve is real-time monitoring of the industrial assets, improved visibility of machine status, higher operational efficiency and efficient quality management. The second the second key information about Industry 4.0 that is required is cloud infrastructure. Now we know that a lot of data is being generated by this sensor. This is bulk data. So we need some space to store this data and analyze this data. So cloud infrastructure with help of its uh, database servers and with help of its computational servers provide us the space to store it and also to compute and analyze the data for taking some necessary action. Now, a company industry need not own this infrastructure because these can be rented from a cloud service provider. This cloud infrastructure is scalable and secure as well. Third is the big data and advanced analysis. So we know that a lot of data that is being generated from the sensors in industry IoT, IIoT, or industry 4.0, it can be structured, it can be non-structured, it can be coming from with huge velocity at a large data rate, and it may be too huge to be handled by conventional tools and database. So data analysis, big data analytics is aiming to process, pre-process, and extract knowledge out of this available data for taking further necessary action. Now, the fourth thing is artificial intelligence and machine learning. AI and ML algorithms enable the machines to make intuitive decision making. The machines can take decisions based on experience and not on explicit programming. The industries can also leverage AI ML algorithms to predictively analysis to use the large amount of data for predictive analysis. They can improve power supply, detect faults, and maintain supply by predicting the consumer demand and behavior. The fifth thing is augmented reality and virtual reality, which is being used in Industry 4.0, AR and VR. So with help of these sensors, AR and VR is possible. So with help of AR, we can overlay digital information on the real environment. So let's say a worker is not knowing about how to correct a particular fault in a machine. So he can use an AR glass. AR glass will identify that device and then present to him the instruction manual. So even without reading the instruction manual thoroughly, that worker can go through the manual that is displayed to him, and the fault can be detected and corrected. Another important technology is VR. So with help of VR, we can create digital prototypes or digital twins of the real, let's say, of a real thing. Let's say we have an automobile industry. So instead of making a real prototype, we can go for a 3D model. We can test the internal and external features of a car on this 3D model instead of wasting a lot of resources and in terms of money and time. Now coming to the connectivity part, this connectivity part is important because whatever till now we have discussed in terms of IIoT, in terms of Industry 4.0 and its enabling technologies, it is important to connect the sensors to the controller because the data has to go back from sensors to the controller. Otherwise, decision making will not happen. So all these enabling technologies to work properly, we need to have an apt way of connectivity. Now, when we talk about the communication techniques which are there in IIoT or Industry 4.0, it can be wired communication or it can be a wireless communication. So when we talk about wired, it is good, it is satisfactory, but mobility is a problem. Other part is when the number of devices increase. Let's say we have a lot of number of sensors, robots, or equipments. Then in that case, we need to spend a lot of money on copper cabling or optical fiber cabling. So that entails cost as well. Coming to and industry reports also say that if we move on to wireless way of technology of connecting, then the connectivity cost is going to be reduced by 75%. Now, coming to the wireless connectivity, we have technologies such as Zigbee, ISA 100.11a, wireless HART, and 6LoWPAN. These technologies are based on IEEE 802.15.4 standard. So these technologies work in a personal area network. They consume low power. They provide us low data rate, but these are low cost as well. So the good thing is these are low cost, but it is in a personal area network only. Other wireless communication techniques that are used in Industry 4.0 are Bluetooth, near field communication, and RFID. Wi-Fi is widely used. It provides us uh, good bandwidth, good data rate, but it consumes more power. Whatever technologies we have spoken about till now, these technologies are being used in industry 4.0, no doubt. But there is some challenges with respect to mobility or scalability, number of devices, or data rate, or you can say latency for that matter. So when we come to mobile technologies, I understand that mobile technologies 4G and 5G, and 5G in particular, are going to change the way we use Industry 4.0. It is going to fill the gap that is right now there in the industry, and we can realize the full potential of Industry 4.0 with 5G. So let us understand what makes 5G so special and how the capability of 5G and the requirement of Industry 4.0 fit together. The first key capability of 5G is enhanced mobile broadband. So with 5G, we can attain download data rates of up to 20 Gbps. Even the network, the data rate at the edge of the network is nearly 100 Mbps. So this is, of course, these are in ideal conditions, and it will depend upon the quality of the deployment of the telecom network. The second key capability is massive machine type communication. With 5G, we can connect nearly 1 million devices in a square kilometer area. These devices can be sensors, machines, robots, whatever. And these devices, it is 10 lakh devices in a square kilometer area, so it is quite large. But in terms of 4G, with 4G, we were able to connect only 1 lakh devices. Here we have 10 lakh devices. And this can be done in a highly energy efficient manner. This 5G technology is nearly 100 times more energy efficient as compared to 4G. So 4G and Wi-Fi we are already using in Industry 4.0, and 5G use has already also started recently. So when we talk about high energy efficiency, this means that whatever sensors are connected on 5G, they are going to consume low power. The life of sensor is going to be longer with 5G. Third is ultra reliable and low latency, URLLC. This means that the 5G connectivity that we are going to get in Industry 4.0 is consistent. That is the data that has to go from point A to point B in a stipulated time period. That is going to be consistent. That is going to happen every time. The success rate is very high. And further, the latency is just 1 millisecond. With latency, I mean that the time taken between a command and the action is just 1 millisecond. Let's say in a industrial setup, we have a robotic arm which is controlled by a human hand. If I'm moving my hand, the action should be taken immediately by the machine. And that is happening in case of 5G. So it is immediate, it is in real time. So this is one chart which I have taken from International Telecommunication Union's website. It compares the capabilities of 5G and 4G. The dark green portion is about 5G and the light green is about 4G. So we can clearly see that the peak data rate in 5G is 20 times higher as compared to 4G. User experience data rate, which is the data rate at the edge of the network, is also 10 times higher. Spectral efficiency in 5G is 3 times more. Mobility is also higher. Mobility means, let's say you are traveling in a high-speed bullet train and you are using 5G. So even if you are traveling at a speed of 500 km per hour, your 5G connectivity is not going to be dropped. Latency is 10 times lower. Device density possible is 10 times higher. Network efficiency is also 100 times more. So technology-wise, in all aspects, 5G is way, way ahead as compared to 4G. So this is the slide where we have mapped the applications of Industry 4.0 and the capabilities of 5G. So when we talk about, one second. When we talk about the data rate, that is the enhanced mobile broadband, we have the requirement of video capture in industries, or use of automated guided vehicles, automated mobile robots. When we talk about ultra reliable low latency communication of 5G, we have its application in VR and AR applications, detecting the defect monitoring with machine vision, plant control, safety, access control, and fire systems. With 5G, we are able to connect a lot of devices. That is, the connection density is very high. It is required because we need to connect everything. It can be tools, machine, cameras, and sensors. And when we talk about Industry 4.0, it is not just about any 5G network that we are going to use. We are going to use a private 5G network in future, and it is already being used. The use is going to increase. This private 5G network is a non-public network. It is a dedicated network. It is disconnected from a public 5G network. This means that the core part, the transport part, and the radio access part is available inside the industry. With this private 5G network, a company can have more control over its data and critical processes. It is more secure because it is isolated from the public network, and you can have a customized quality of service as well. With a private 5G network, the quality is so high that you can use the seamless technologies which are used in Industry 4.0, such as automated guided vehicles, AR, VR, collaborative mobile robots, etc. Let's say an industry is not having that amount to invest for a private network because it is complex and entails cost. So you can go for a public 5G network. You can have a VPN connectivity with public 5G network, or you can have a network slice over a public 5G network. It is going to be a compromise on quality of service, but that will be of low cost. So you can see there is this diagram of a private 5G network, and in case it fails, there is an option to fall back on the public network as well. So there is a connectivity between the private network and public network. There is an option to fall back. While deploying a private 5G network, you have the option of deploying it in low band, middle band, or higher band. With low band, the coverage is greater, but the bandwidth is low. With high band, the coverage is smaller, but the bandwidth is high. So that is the trade-off. In all the type of bands, 5G capability can be connected in the Industry 4.0. So we can see that 5G is going to be the missing link so that Industry 4.0 and all its related technologies work seamlessly. We are currently using Wi-Fi technology. We are currently using 4G technology in the Industry 4.0 to make its sensors work in a seamless manner. But the experience is not that great. 5G, with help of its enhanced mobile broadband, low latency, and device density capability, is way ahead than these technologies. So this is one example of Industry 4.0 where 5G technology is being used, the private 5G technology is being used. The deployment of Airtel's 5G network connectivity as Mahindra's Pune automobile production plant has resulted in increased speed for software flashing in the cars. So this is one good example where Mahindra XUV is being manufactured in India. Now, let us come to the initiatives of the Department of Telecom, Government of India, that it has taken to promote Industry 4.0 in India. So we have three initiatives. First is Connect, second is Propel, and third is Secure. In Connect part, what we have done is we have auctioned the 5G spectrums in a very fair and transparent manner. So there was a lot of exuberance displayed by the telecom service providers, and spectrum worth 1.5 lakh crore of Indian rupees was auctioned in 2022. For ease of doing business, we have taken a few steps. The bidder need not pay whole amount in one go. They can pay in 20 equal installments over 20 years because this spectrum has been allocated to them for 20 years. In case they don't want to continue, they can surrender the spectrum after 10 years without any additional liability. Further, we have also abolished the spectrum usage charge, which was nearly 3% of the telecom service providers' annual gross revenue. All these steps have been taken to promote ease of doing business for the companies. Then in India, we have also, so all these things, the 5G, this technology is going to be used in Industry 4.0. So that is why, first of all, we have connected from the Department of Telecom side, we have initiated our connection thing. Second is indigenous 5G test bed, in end-to-end 5G test bed we have developed with help of leading academic institutions in India. Now this test bed can be utilized by all stakeholders, companies, OEMs, academia, startups, MSMEs. They can test their use cases of Industry 4.0. They can test their other products and solutions. And this test bed is available at a nominal cost. For MSMEs and startups, it is free of cost. Then is the Propel strategy of the government, of the Department of Telecom. So we have conducted a 5G hackathon in 2020, where we had invited students, startups, academia, and companies with cutting edge ideas to come up with use cases of 5G in several areas. And one of those areas was Industry 4.0. Finally, we had shortlisted 30 candidates and we have connected them to industry, academia, government. We have given them mentorship and we have also commercialized their product, and we have integrated their product into the 5G field trial also. Again, same type of hackathon was conducted in 2023, where Industry 4.0 related cases were promoted. Further, Department of Telecom is also running one DCIS scheme, also known as Digital Communication Innovation Square, where we are inviting applications from startups, MSMEs, consortium, and individual professionals to come up with projects and ideas which are at prototype level. So you have to remember the word prototype level. This scheme is for prototype. Hackathon is from the scratch. So here also we are promoting R&D, IPR creation, pilot projects in 5G to support Industry 4.0 and other applications. In 2023 and 24, we have shortlisted 66 beneficiaries and we have given them a grant of rupees 48 crores Indian rupees. As far as the secure part is concerned, what we have done is that Ministry of Electronics and IT of Government of India, they have come up with an IoT system certification scheme. Under this scheme, they are issuing certificates to all type of IoT products and services. The end user, with this help of this certificate, an end user is able to understand the security capabilities of the IoT products they are using. They gain confidence about the use of such products. Now, during evaluation, what is covered is assessment of all the sensing and embedding components, communication and protocols, IoT gateways, IoT cloud. So this is a certification scheme for the IoT end user devices that are being used in the market. Now, when we talk about Industry 4.0, we say that everything is going to be connected. So there are going to be cyber risks as well. There can be cyber threats such as device hijacking, data siphoning, denial of service attack, data breach, man in the middle attack, also known as device spoofing, or there may be a physical device theft as well. So the organizations have to think about deploying strategies to mitigate this risk. This thing cannot be taken off the table. Just to conclude, I would like to say that right now we understand that 5G is one of the key links to realize the full potential of Industry 4.0. We also understand that Industry 4.0 is going to bring in a lot of social and economic benefits. But we also need to make sure that Industry 4.0 and its enabling technologies help in attaining the sustainable development goals. Because we need not want to have a situation where we have the technologies, but we do not have people or we do not have environment intact. So for that, we have to ensure that these technologies reduce emission, reduce waste, ensure energy efficiency. Because the resources are limited and the number of people, the population is going higher. So we have to ensure that there is safety of the environment and we are able to enjoy technology in a good environment and in good health. So thank you so much. That's all from my side.
Thank you so much, Prof. Ashi. So that was a very informative talk about Industry 4.0, Education 4.0. So ladies and gentlemen, may I request everyone to please open your camera for our photo opportunity. Shall we open our camera for the photo? Please smile, show your best smile. Okay, smile. 1, 2, 3. I think our technical staff is also doing the photo opportunity. Okay. Please continue smiling now so that the technical people will be able to capture your best smile. So and I think with upon listening to our speakers, you have a lot of realizations no, about Industry 4.0, about AI, and the rest of the topic delivered. Thank you very much, everyone. And I think this time we'll have the coffee break. And before we will be right back later. So for our presentation. So the presentation will be, you will be given no time to present your paper, and the criteria and the guidelines will be given after the break. So let's have a 10-minute break for our, so that you can go to the restroom and you can prepare, you can retouch for another photo opportunity after. Thank you so much, everyone. Please be back after 10 minutes. Hello. So we are back now. So at this time, I would like to call our plenary speaker who will be um, speaking related to the topic of the conference. Our next speaker has an academic experience over 24 years. This experience has built her confidence and an interest in teaching and working to develop new ones. Her work provides a useful link between the industrial and mechanical fields in the department, encouraging research and teaching collaborations, as well as her extensive experience with NCCAA, ABET, AMBA, AACSB accreditation requirements make her very, very knowledgeable on this particular topic. As she worked on both accreditation programs in engineering, economics, and administration schools at King Abdulaziz University, she used to design her courses according to the accreditation requirements. Besides her work in teaching, she worked on many graduation projects with her students as their supervisor. Moreover, she served as a quality assurance officer for the MBA, EMBA programs in the Faculty of Economics and Administration from 2017 to 2019. Now she is the quality assurance officer for the PhD program from 2019 to 2023. Her research interests focus on sustainability, circular economy, waste management, artificial intelligence, blockchain, and supply chain management. Friends, researchers, experts, please give her a virtual applause. Our speaker, Dr. Engineer Neraya Radwan, Professor, AI Mafera University, Saudi Arabia. A big hand and a virtual applause for her.
Thank you so
Hello,
much.
Doc.
Hello, dear. Thank you so much for the nice introduction. Good morning, all. It's truly an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as we gather for Industry 4 Conference, as we embark on the journey of shared knowledge, collaboration, and innovation. I'm filled with excitement and gratitude for the opportunity to address such as estimated audience. I would like to express my all appreciation to the visionary organizers and dedicated individuals who have worked truly to bring this conference to fructification. The commitment to creating a platform of learning, networking, and exchanging ideas is evidence in every details of this conference. So thank you all. I would like to present myself. My name is Niara Radwan. I'm working as a social professor in the Industrial Engineering Department in Marifa University in Saudi Arabia. As well as I'm working also as a social professor in the Mechanical Department in the Faculty of Engineering in Suez Canal University in Egypt. So please let me share my screen with you. I think it's visible in the full mode now, right?
Yes, it's very.
My topic today is cybersecurity in industry 4 and 5. First, I will focus about what the meaning of cybersecurity. In the simple definition for cybersecurity, we can say that cybersecurity is the practical deploying of people, policies, processes, and technology to protect all organizations and their critical systems and sensitive information from digital attacks. This is the simple definition of cybersecurity. Actually, there is many types of cybersecurity. The main types of cybersecurity are as seen in the figure in the screen. Number one, network security, which means the use of devices, processes, and technologies to secure corporate networks. Another type is application security, which is a process of enhancing the security of mobile and web applications. The third type is information security, which means to secure data from unauthorized access, deletions, destruction, and modifications. The fourth one is operational security, which is the process that protects sensitive information and prevents unauthorized access. We have also end user education type. Here, employees are organization's first line of defense against cyber attacks. It is therefore important that users understand the importance of cybersecurity and the types of threats they face. The last type is disaster recovery and business continuity, which is enable organizations to regain full access and functionality of their IT infrastructure. These are the main types of cybersecurity. The European Union Agency for Cybersecurity determined the top 10 cyber threats to emerge by 2030. The main top 10 cyber threats, as seen in the figure, are artificial intelligence abuse. It's telco a single point of failure, as well as skill shortage, also digital surveillance, also supply chain attacks, as well as Internet of Things, which is enable advanced attacks and so on. So we have to know these are the most or the top 10 cyber threats to emerge by 2030. So this is introduction about what the meaning of cybersecurity and what its type, as well as the top cyber threats to emerge by 2030. Now let us focus about to understand what the meaning of Industry 4, let us understand what is the industrial revolutions. Actually, until now, we have 5 industrial revolutions. We can go through these industrial revolutions from the first one to the last one. The first one is the first industrial revolutions. In this period of time, it's about mechanization. Here, it was an introduction of mechanical production facilities driven by water and steam power, only water and steam power. This is occurred, during the 18th century. So it is about mechanization. Then we go to the second industrial revolution, which was about electrification. So electricity began to be shown. It was about production of steel, electricity, and combustion engines. It's about division of labor and mass production enabled by electricity. Then we go to the Industry 3. In industry, the third industrial revolution, it was about automation and globalization. Here, they focus about automation of production through electronic and IT systems. So it's about computers and the digitalization and the internet. Then we go to the fourth industrial revolutions. Here, they focus about robotics, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality. This industrial revolution start in the 21st century. And for now and future, we are in the fifth industrial revolution, which focus about deep and multi-level cooperation between people and machines. This is the main concept, to collaborate between people and machines. So this is about personalization. So this is this is about focusing about the main 5 industrial revolutions. We can see here about Industry 4. I will make comparison between Industry 4 and Industry 5. Here in this screen, we can see the main 11 pillars of technological advancement in Industry 4. The most pillars for Industry 4, as we see, is cybersecurity, which is our target today, as well as artificial intelligence, supply chain, Internet of Things, as well as robots and big data analytics. Also, it's about additive manufacturing and cloud. If we see in this screen about Industry 5, we have only 3 pillars of Industry 5, which are people centricity, sustainability, and resilience. Let me focus about each term of these 3 pillars. People centricity here mean people are at the center of the process and decision making, not merge code in some vast machines. So this is what I said before. This is about collaboration between people and machines. The second pillar is sustainability, which means new skills for workers and circular processes to leave a better world for future generations. And the third one is resilience, which is being able to change quickly to stay ahead of the curve and adapt to changing market dynamics. So this is the main 3 pillars of Industry 5. If anyone can merge these pillars, he can apply apply the Industry 5 in the correct way. Now, to see the importance of cybersecurity in manufacturing in this industry, let me give you this example. Actually, this figure shows the data gathered from 211 organizations across 6 industries and 27 countries. Get 1,000 understanding of the current state of cybersecurity worldwide in the manufacturing space, and highlighted trends in cybersecurity throughout the industry. We can see that, for example, that 41 of the organizations said attacks through Internet of Things, connected devices are a top, as well as 81% of organizations said lack of security, which is very big percentage. Also, we can note that 50% of organizations said a bad cyber event will cause loss of revenue due to non-availability of service at critical times. You can see also that 36% have never participated in any simulation, as well as 44% of the organizations have a security budget that is less than 4% of the IT budget. So this percentage can show us the importance of cybersecurity in manufacturing industry. I will also give you real examples to show you the importance of cybersecurity in our life or in manufacturing particularly. The 2 historical examples of cyber threats, as we see here, I will give you example in Honda company, as well as an Ukrainian power grid hacker. Let's see the first example, which is Honda hacker. Actually, global operations at Japanese car manufacturer Honda have been disturbed by a confirmed cyber attack. You know, in a tweet posted at 8 June in 2020, the Honda Motor customer service tweet account said that both customer service and financial service networks were expressing technical difficulties and are unavailable. this is in the screen. I see the tweet by Honda itself, company itself. It was hacked. So this is one big problem for the company. Another example, it was about Ukraine power grid attack. It was happened in December 2015 and 2016. Cyber attacks targeted the power grid in Ukraine, causing widespread power cut. While these incidents were related to the energy sector, they highlighted the sensitivity of critical infrastructure to cyber threats, which could potentially extend to the problem we can face by the cybersecurity. So these two examples show us the importance of cybersecurity in our lives. So we can conclude that we have top 10 cybersecurity skills for 2024. We can categorize these skills into soft skills and hard skills. Let us speak about hard skills. We have many hard skills which we should follow, and we should train our employees to get the experience in these skills. These skills are mobile remote computing, risk and compliance auditing, as well as identity and access management. Also network security, penetration testing, teaming, threat intelligence analysis, cloud security, as well as application security development. About soft skills, which is two skills, communication, leadership, as well as creativity. These are important skills to be learned and treated to our employments for 2024 to face cybersecurity attacks. And finally, I can conclude that the success of Industry 5 depends on several factors that build on the foundation of Industry 4. Also, the success of Industry 5 depends strategically on cybersecurity, which goes beyond technologies. It's critical to secure networks as we move into Industry 5. Manufacturers need to integrate cybersecurity, encourage staff understanding, and give priority to cyber maturity, as well as its environmental goals. And the human-centric approach have immense potential, but they also present unique challenges. Also, we have to understand that that's the only way we can take full advantage of Industry 5 and still be safe. And finally, it is our responsibility to take all measures possible upfront to ensure we increase our resilience over the years for an improved cybersecurity landscape in 2030 and beyond. Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Neraya, for that very, very inspiring, no? And sometimes we could say that this is impossible, but this is very, very possible. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
You can give a heart reaction for the presentation of our speakers, now from the morning up to the last presenter, Dr. Neraya, this time. So at this time, I will turn you over to our session chair, Professor and Head IT Department, Srinidhi, Institute of Science and Technology, Hyderabad, Dr. Sonel Butada. Doc, take it away. You, our session chair for this for the research presentation. Doc Sunel? Yeah, so if you look at the chat box, there are a lot of amazing comments, no, from the participants regarding the presentations of our speakers. So this is the right time for us to collaborate, and maybe in the future we'll be able to come up with research activities, collaboration that may be related to your own field. So you can also type in the chat box your addresses so that people will be able to communicate you if they wish to work with you. In my side, I am very, very much willing to work on researches on education, and especially in teacher education, because I am a teacher here in the Philippines. Yeah, I think Dr. Roxanne will join in a while. No, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thanks, no, give my very for the gratitude of the people behind the activity, behind the conference, the International Conference on Generative AI and its application, and of course, Industry 4.0 conference. Now, this supposed to be in Jakarta, Indonesia, but this time you're having our conference online. So this is one thing good with technology. So thank you so much. No, Doc Felix is writing his name, no, his contact number in our chat box, so you can chat our participants if you wish to join, no, and collaborate with them in projects, no, that may be soon, no. At this time, you are still conceptualizing any project that is very, very possible. So we can work, no, in the Philippines, in India, in Indonesia, in Hong Kong. No, so there are a lot of things that we need to work on as a researcher, as an expert. So the collaborating in the conference is very important. Conferences like this facilitate networking opportunities. So at this time, you can network with all the participants, bringing together researchers from diverse backgrounds and different institutions. These interactions can lead to collaborative research projects, cross-disciplinary partnerships, and sharing of resources and expertise. So by fostering collaborative environment like this, no, and hope to see you in the future with our conference that may be done in person, so that we'll be able to tap our shoulder and say congratulations for the job well done. Okay, so at this time, I think our next speaker is already here. So our speaker, okay, so I think Dr. Roxanne is already here. So our next speaker is currently working as quantum computation scientist at IBM Quantum, which arguably one of the best places for quantum computing with more than 4 decades of legacy in the field. One of the favorite part of his job is to closely work with organizations and help them with their quantum journey, which entails building their quantum teams, supporting their research and development projects, and helping them in quantum adoption for their businesses. He is a quantum physicist by training and have strong track record for his contributions to the innovations, creating new IP, intellectual property, offering best quantum education, and leading the teams on upfront to create a long-term impact of quantum computing and artificial intelligence. Friends, his mission to work with the organization teams and individuals to create better world, leveraging a deep tech expert and vision for the future and of course for the humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Roxanne Yuhak, quantum AI scientist, IBM India. A virtual applause for the speaker.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. I'm so happy and so glad to be here. I can see quite a good audience and younger generation over here. So, but I just need a little bit of a support. I need to share my screen. Just a minute. I hope my screen is visible now.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, what I'll do is that I think I will talk about an interesting area in the age of generative AI, which is about also about exploring the career spaces, especially for the young people. Then I would like to give people a sense of the interesting times we are living in. Maybe when we listen and hear about these technologies, sometimes they create a sense of panic in us. It looks like people are talking about that our jobs will be taken away, and it looks like we have a sense of a scare and fear sometimes. But what I want to talk about in coming 10-20 minutes is the excitement and exciting times we are living in, and what does it mean for us to explore our careers. And it will also be talking about the large language models and other details. But yeah, let me quickly jump away. So in terms of the outline I have, so it's about contextualizing ourselves in 21st century. 21st century is surely one of the unique centuries in human history, because if you look at the pace of the development which is happening in various domains of the science, it is very unique, because in earlier centuries, even though there was progress, but progress was not as fast as it is happening now. So we do not have progress only in the AI space going on. We have simultaneously people are working in quantum computing, people are working in cybersecurity, quantum cryptography, and many domains. So therefore, it's very, very interesting to be alive at this time, and one needs to find out ways how to create careers, how to connect with this technology and take it forward. So, and to give you a sense of my involvement with this technology, here I am standing in one of our centers, quantum computing centers in Germany. It's in a place called Enningen. It's called IBM Quantum Fraunhofer. So behind me, you can see there is that box, glass box, in which is housed a quantum computing chip. And I am just feet away from that quantum computing chip. And as of now, in the world, there are only few places, only few organizations who own a quantum computer, IBM being just one of them. So in that sense, it's really, really wonderful to be at IBM and to be working on quantum computing. So now let's talk about the most important area which is going on as of now is this generative AI. And I think the world came to know, world one day woke up to the power of the generative AI when they were when they came to know about the chat GPT. Chat GPT is one of the ways in which OpenAI showed it to the world that you can integrate, you can interface with these large language models. So if you ask ChatGPT itself, what is ChatGPT? So here is the answer what you get. And you hear about names like generative, pre-trained transformers, and one starts thinking about what are these models, what are these things which are being talked about. So what has been happening in the history of AI? People have been developing more and more powerful models to deal with different kinds of data. And there has been one domain which was very, very difficult for the field of AI, that is the text data. So early on, there were models which have been developed, and those models were specifically designed for, let's say, image data. They were designed for numerical data. They were designed for some other formats of the data. But the language data, the text data has been always a challenge for the AI models. There is a reason for that. If you look at the text data, it is not structured. It's not in the form of a table. It's not form of an Excel sheet which you can pass to the AI model. Rather, it's in the form of unstructured text. There is text, there are words, there are sentences. That's what the data looks like. Therefore, whenever you pass it on, whenever you use any model on text data, it was always difficult. And then the other difficulty with the text data is that it is not numerical in nature. It is in the form of the words, and computers do not interact with the words directly. What we have to do is that we have to convert or find a way so that you can take these words and pass them on to the computer in the form of the numbers. So that's why this all situation was like this, that our AI models were not sophisticated enough, sufficient enough to understand this language data and to create new language data then. But what happened on in 2022, November especially, when OpenAI released this Chat GPT, and world got excited, they started interacting for the first time at a humanity level. People started interacting with the AI model. Before that, there has been AI models, but it was a very limited research community or some technology companies who are using AI. But since 2022, everything changed because now there is a public involvement with an interface with AI. But what was missing in the AI was we did not have a very powerful model which will deal with the text data, but simultaneously it will also create some meaningful or human-like experience. And that has been changed. What does it mean for us? It means that we have developed very powerful model. The model is which can give you a like human-like experience. When you talk to Chat GPT, it sounds to us as if we are talking to a human. So therefore, the AI model, the level where AI has reached is already very powerful, and it creates two kinds of questions. One is that what will be the future looking like? If we are in 2024, here we are with these Chat GPT and GPT kind models, and it looks like we can create more powerful models in future. And what will that mean? Some people of us they think, okay, what will happen is that humans will get completely replaced by AI, we will lose jobs, and that kind of panicky situation is something which people are bothering about. And the other side, there is another camp of the people who think, okay, with AI we can create human-like intelligence, we can replicate or mimic human intelligence, and they are talking about something called AGI, which is called artificial general intelligence. But I believe neither to the one extreme nor to the another extreme. Myself being an AI practitioner, I think a more practical approach is to ask what can we do with technology. AI is not the last technology or not the first technology which humanity has developed. Humanity has seen technologies before, and humanity will develop more technologies for sure. And quantum computing is already in under development as of now. So I think the more practical approach is how can we leverage this technology? How can we get better mileage out of it? How can we uplift the humanity? How can we, let's say, deal with the most pressing problems which humanity is facing, which is like we have one of the problems which humanity is facing is the poverty, is the unemployment, is the economic development. I think we need to rather ask this practical question: how can we use AI to solve these problems? Can AI help us to make people better, make them more productive, help them connect with the jobs? Can it get our economy wise? Can it get us better? It looks like the answer may be yes, because AI, like any other technology, gives powers to us. It gives a lot of powers to us. Therefore, it is not improbable. It's not like implausible to think that it can help us to do these things. But however, it's also true that AI models, as powerful as they are, and they are getting more powerful as we go along. Some of the things which are doing now, I think we may rather want AI to do those things. Maybe some of the boring tasks, some of the repetitive tasks which we do every day, we don't want to do them anymore, like writing emails or finding something on the search engines or browsing and stuff like that. I think maybe this part of can be surely sent to AI, and we humans we have human minds, we have more powerful intellectual machines for in front of us. So I think we can focus on better jobs. So AI is a big is a field, and if those of you who want to connect with it, those of you who want to get into the AI, get the jobs, and explore it, you have a journey in front of you. You need to get started with various things, and you nowadays hear the names like data science, artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, and modeling, and then you hear about the models like chat gpt, transformer, large language models, generative AI. So the world and internet is filled with this kind of technical details. And what one would like to do is that one would like to find a path to a learning path towards becoming a data scientist and connecting with this technology. I would say it is a bit I think it is, you have to find it in a nice manner, otherwise one can get lost in the jungle. What I would suggest is that we should find a proper path, an optimal path, and it is and there are experts in the world. One should try to talk to experts rather than just searching the internet alone. And but it is possible. It's a very there is a journey towards AI, and one can take it. And specifically, the main area in which we want to talk about or we want to connect it to the technology is called a generative AI. Why do we call it generative AI? Because this AI, not only is it that it finds patterns in the data, not only is it that it solves some basic problems about the data, it tells us about what is in the data, what are the various specialties, various insights about the data, it uses visualizations of the data. That's what conventional AI uses to do. It uses to help us to understand the data better, but that's where it uses to stop. And then it may do some machine learning tasks. It will help us to classify the images. It can do some bit of a prediction. It can help us to also make some forecasting tasks and other stuff like that. It was surely AI as it was already powerful. But we need to understand that the generative AI, the new AI, new form of AI which is available to us nowadays is surely much more powerful. The reason being, not only does generative AI understand the data, it also is able to generate new samples of the data. It is able to basically understand this whole data all at once and then create new samples, new instances of the data. On the one side, surely it's powerful that it gives you, it creates new data, it creates new, it has this generative power. It doesn't have this power only to understand the data, to find something about the data, but it also has this power to generate new things. Like as you would have seen this infamous example of fake images or deep fakes, you would have heard about it, which is an application in which it uses a generative model. It does not use the transformer model. It uses another kind of a generative model. But what it does is that takes some example, it takes some images. Let's say it takes the images of the US presidents, last two presidents in the USA. What it does is that then it creates new images, maybe some variations of the images which were fed to the model. But this power that not only is it that it can understand, okay, these are the images of the presidents of United States of America, but it also is able to generate new images which are similar to the data and maybe sometimes relevant also. So I think this power and of generating new things with the data is really powerful, because let's say if you are in the domain of the text or in the marketing, or you are solving some business problem, and you would like to, or you are looking at the molecules, what you would like to do is that you would like to pass on some of the content, and then you would like to generate more content. That's what we do in content generation. Fine. So you want to give your model some sample about the marketing content, or the content which you need for marketing, and you want to generate a lot more content around it. And it turns out that generative AI has that power. It can, if you tune it in such a manner that you want to ask it what is the kind of a content you want to generate, give it a sample, and it will create a lot of content. And then it's not just about, even though generative AI made its mark, made its breakthrough in the field of large language models, in the field of NLP, text data. But you can now use it in any domain. Generative models are very general enough. For example, you can use it in the computer vision, you can use it in the decision processes, you can use it in the cognitive search and speech to text recognition, and many domains, forecasting, marketing, and many domains. So we have ushered into a totally different area, a very area, a very important area, a very interesting one. Okay, and if I want to also give you a sense, for those of you in the audience who are young, who are excited about this technology but have not started on it, don't understand it completely. So if you want to take one of the take home messages from this talk, you want to ask what was the basically what's going on in the AI, what is AI? And I think AI is based on these algorithms and some architectures in computers, and which are called artificial neural networks. And what do these artificial neural networks do? They have this power as compared to other machine learning other computer science models, that they can learn things from the data. That they have this capability that they can do pattern recognition. They can learn from. They can do statistical inference. And if you take any standard algorithm from computer science, not every algorithm has this capability. And this is why these are two domains. You have algorithms in computer science. Let's say you have an algorithm about search, which just in a database, it just finds items. Or you may have some other prediction algorithm. But how is AI different? AI is different in this manner that when you run an AI algorithm, you pass on the data to the algorithm, it starts learning. And learning means it's able to give you something new. It's about to tell you something about the data which you as a human being do not have access. It gives you new insights, it gives you new patterns, new visualizations. It nowadays also generates new instances. And here is the power of the artificial intelligence. It has this power that it can learn from the data and then do wonders. And one of the things to be noticed is that machine learning, from a learning point of view, if you want to get to the machine learning, it's a probabilistic in nature, which means it relies quite a lot on statistics, on probability, and it is not a deterministic algorithm mostly. This is one of another differences between standard computer science algorithms, which in many cases are deterministic. They are not probabilistic in nature. And in this case also, that machine learning is probabilistic in nature, it also has some similarities with quantum computing algorithms, because they are also probabilistic in nature. And it's also whenever you have a machine learning happening in a very similar fashion, I would say, the way human brain works. It looks at, let's say, whenever you are going through in somewhere in your neighborhood, you look at something, you look at traffic signals, you look at the environment, you look at neighborhood. Our human brain takes in the data, tries to understand what's going on, understands the situation around us. Similarly, machine learning models and neural networks, what they do, once they start processing the data in an iterative fashion, one step by step, they understand what's going on in the data. Okay, and I think that's what at the heart of AI, generative AI, data science, is these algorithms which have this capability of basically learning from the data, and which is these kind of algorithms were not there before. They were not in computer science. People had not discovered them, but slowly people started discovering different algorithms, and now we have reached a stage where AI has become really powerful. And what are these neural networks? So these are like this kind of graphs, as you can see on your screen. And what these blobs are there, these circles are there, they are what we call them nodes, and for any graph. But what is happening in the every node? We write them down. We develop our neural networks in such a manner that in every node there is some calculation going on. There is some computation going on. Let's say if you start from the first layer of your neural network, you pass on the data. Data is being fed into the first layer, and now in the first layer the data is available. And once the data comes in, some calculation happens on that data. And once that calculation gets completed, the data is being passed on to the next layer. Then more calculations happen, then it is being passed on to the different layer. And as you can see from the connections of the neural network, like for every node, there is this connectivity. The data from the first node gets into all other nodes. The way it depends on how the neural network is connected. And we can change the connections, and consequently, we can also change the neural networks, the variant of it. Let's say you can see over here, some of them are called recurrent neural networks, some is called LSTM, some is called GRU. You have these variational autoencoders or some other kinds of neural network model. But these models depend on how many layers there are, how many hidden layers are there, what kind of calculations are happening, what is the connectivity of the neural networks. And all these things, which are called the neural network topologies, they make a neural network powerful. And all these things are very, very important about the neural network. So I want to also, take your attention for a moment to the deep neural networks, to the history of it, because some of you may have gotten this impression as if AI started 2 years ago in 2022, but that's not true. AI has a very long history. If you go back precisely, you will go back in history in 1940, when a first model, which is called McLaughlin's model, was developed for understanding how neurons work in brain. And then the story starts from there. A first model is something called a perceptron, was developed around 1950s, and then things kept on going and going. And we had a big development around 90 after 1980s, and in 1980s we had a big development, and we developed something called this multi-layered perceptron, and there was a back propagation algorithm which was developed by these pioneers of AI, especially Geoffrey Hinton and his collaborators. And after that, the progress has never stopped. We went on and on. In 2010, there was a big development because people developed something called CNN. They had this. They looked at a neural network which was able to process the image data, and it was successfully able to do the image classification. And this was a huge breakthrough. Like as in 2022, there was this big breakthrough about Chat GPT and these GPT models. Similarly, in 2010, there was a huge development in the field of AI when we had this first successful model being built, which was working on the image data. And it did a good job, and it boosted things. And since then, there has been an unstopped progress. People have been developing. It has been going in various directions. And surely, I just want to also tell you, then there has been a lot of public discussion about AI. That you would have also heard about these Series, Alexa, Google Now, all these things now we use all the time. And this was before 2022. These were already available. Many of you would have used them a few years ago. And so these are all applications of AI. What AI in these tools is doing is basically taking your voice, converting, understanding the speech, converting into text, behind it's working on the text and giving answers to you. So this speech to text translation and then NLP and all of this was already available. It is just that it was not as powerful as it is now. And definitely one of the domains where AI has been used quite heavily is the field of stock market, is the field of financial data in financial markets. Because this is one of the important questions which we have in front of us. And if any one of us figure out how to tame stock market, when one gets rich, one starts getting the returns out of the market. But simultaneously, stock market is very uncertain. It's kind of crazy. It keeps on changing every moment, every second. And therefore, making predictions about stock market are also very, very difficult. So, but that's where the role of AI comes in. So before AI, people used to do different statistical models, different kinds of models people had developed to understand stock market and to make predictions. But when AI came, we have a different game. We entered into a different game, and we started seeing the power of AI in the stock market. Okay, and therefore this is one of the important applications. And even now, generative AI, you can use it. And currently, I think stock markets do not work without AI. They always have this AI support. This is to tell you, how AI has permeated. It has spread everywhere. It was already in many departments. It was in banks. It was in financial markets, stocks, BFSI. Different industries were already taking the benefit of AI. But however, now it has spread throughout the world. And what we should do is that we should get ourselves ready. Do not get into those panic moments. Try to talk to experts. Try to understand what exactly is going on AI and how is future going to look like. What should we do? How should we prepare ourselves? And more importantly, how should we get the best advantage out of this technology so that what we can do is that we can make progress, solve some of the pressing problems of humanity. And I also want to take a moment to talk about some another domain, which is about quantum computing, because AI, as it is progressing, it will not remain, it's not very powerful just being AI. What people or researchers around the world are already doing, they're starting to integrate AI with quantum computing. And then what we will get something called a quantum artificial intelligence. And it is this domain of the quantum AI wherein I work, and which is very, very powerful, because it brings in our time is some of the best technologies, which is the AI on one side. There's some of AI is the kind of a best technology from the classical side, and quantum computing is from the quantum computing, from the quantum side. And if you bring them together, what you get is something called a quantum neural network. And this is really, really powerful device. This is really powerful, I'm sorry, powerful algorithm, powerful architecture, which one can use, because it is benefiting from the quantum algorithms, quantum architectures, and similarly, also it has the AI at its back end. So this is what we should also start thinking about, because it's already here. You can already build a quantum AI, quantum circuits, and quantum neural networks, let's say using IBM's Qiskit, and you can see what you can do, how you can do better. So that we are already into this domain. So in quantum machine learning, we have different variants. You can have a situation where you have both the data is classical and algorithm is classical. That's the classical machine learning, CC. And another quantum is like when you have data is classical but algorithm is quantum. This is one form of quantum machine learning you can do. Another is that you have data is quantum and algorithm is classical. This situation is not maybe feasible as of now. But the final one is like when you have where we are going to is like when data is also quantum in nature, and the algorithm is also quantum in nature. And that's where we would like to go to. But however, before we are there, we are already into the domain where we have classical data available to us, and we have a quantum algorithm available to us. And that's what the role of the quantum machine learning is. And as I said, it's already being applied. And now I think I may be towards the end of my time for this talk. I want to give you a sense of what's going to happen, because this question all of us keep thinking: what is going to happen in coming years in terms of the technology, and how it will benefit or impact humanity in general. So I think the main so what is going to happen is that, as you can see on this slide, you have different kinds of intelligences, let me call them. They are going to come together. They're going to integrate. We have, first of all of us have this biological intelligence. We have human brain, which is intelligent. It can do amazing things. Even AI technology and quantum computing technology was developed by humans using our biological intelligence. Then you have quantum computers or quantum intelligence arising. You have neuromorphic, which is something similar to brain-like intelligence, but on inorganic matter, on chips. And similarly, we have a digital intelligence computers available. And there may be more intelligence also, like a DNA-based, organic, and other kinds of things which are being developed. So what's happening is that intelligence, as this power of processing the data and getting insights out of it, that is the basic form of intelligence. Like as you can call a machine intelligent only if it can do something very similar to human mind, because human mind or human brain is by default intelligent. So one of the basic things it can do, a machine, it can give you answers to the questions which are not easy for us to understand, or which are not obvious from the data which is being passed on to it. So these forms of the intelligence are already there. We have neuromorphic, quantum, biological, inorganic, and other kinds of DNA based and other kinds of intelligences. And slowly they're going to merge together. So in some sense, our biological intelligence is going to work together with AI, is going to integrate with quantum AI, is going to work with neuromorphic. So we should envision a world where we will have all these intelligences interacting with each other, and thereby making humans more powerful. Because before the rise of these technologies, there was just human mind, human brain, which many of us, and we don't, as we know, we don't use our human brain even to its fullest potential. We just, for example, each one of you can do a lot of mathematical stuff, but in your daily life, you don't use mathematical capabilities of your mind. You don't use this power in your mind, which is that it can do a lot of mathematical stuff. It can solve big mathematical problems. But when you do it in our daily life, even in students, even professionals, they just use some part of their potential of the human mind. But with these technologies, what we are going to do, we're going to amplify in some sense our power, because okay, we don't use our human mind to the fullest. It is like this. That's how humans have been. But what we can do is that we can amplify, we can integrate with, let's say, quantum AI. What will that mean? That will mean a human will have access to quantum AI, and that person will be looking at the data and getting some insights and processing them with a human mind. So you will have a computer, a classical computer, let's say, and you can have a quantum AI available to you. You can have human mind available to you. You can have some biological and other forms of intelligence available to you, and then you will be processing all the results out of these machines and out of these algorithms, and then you will be taking the final decision. So which means the way we will interact with the world, the way we will do finances, the way we will do personal, we will live our life, the way we will develop relationships with the human beings, it is surely going to get impacted heavily by these emergence of these technologies. And let's say, as of now, you are listening to my talk via interface, via internet, via this application called Zoom. In future, you may envision we will be having this interaction, but it will not be just Zoom software based application, just a software. It will be some AI based application in which AI will also be interacting. AI will be also part of the conversation. Maybe AI will help you to take my words, to take my message, and help you understand that message better by having our AI bots, some other interfaces to you. So what's going to happen is that on the one side, humanity is going to get a lot of power out of these technologies, but there's also the danger side which we need to regulate. We need to put the laws in practice so that we can do things. We cannot damage. We should not damage ourselves. There should be no self damage for humanity. Rather, we should just to take the best advantage out of this technology and solve some of our pressing problems. I think I have a couple more slides, but I would just maybe stop there, because I also want to listen from the audience. If they have any questions, something was not clear, let me know, and I would be happy to talk to you. But it was great to be here with you in this conference. Thank you so much once again for the organizers for giving me this opportunity to talk to you about these exciting developments, which I'm really passionate about. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doc Roxanne. No, it's a very informative talk. No, even me, no, I find it very, very interesting. Thank you so much, everyone. And I think this time we'll declare a 1 hour break. So after the break, we'll have the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll be using the same link. Thank you so much, our dear plenary speakers, resource persons, of course, our convener, and our co-chair of this international conference. I would like to thank everyone, for those attending here virtually and those there in Indonesia. So the International Conference on Generative AI and its application and Industry 4.0 conference is very timely in this particular time. So at this time, we'll have 1 hour break so that everybody will be able to take their lunch. We'll be back after an hour. Thank you so much. See you later.
Cepat dia biar cepat keluar pajak dulu. Itu
Hello, everyone. We will start in 2 minutes. So thank you so much for waiting. At this time, we will start our session chair this afternoon. We will have Dr. Iwayan Rospende Hunaidi, Associate Professor, Yanada Pura University, and of course, Dr. Anik, UFTSE MM, Universitas Mahasawariswati Denpasar, sorry. So they will be moderating the afternoon activity. A big hand for them. A virtual applause for our session chair. Doc, are you now here? Doc?
Hello.
Yeah. Yes. Loud and clear.
Good
Thank you.
afternoon.
Good
Yeah.
afternoon.
Good afternoon. We can start for this session.
Yes, Doc Anik, you can start.
Yeah. Thank you, Miss Helen Boholano from Cebu. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Now we can start to hear our presenter to present all recent result. And for the first presenter, I call you Mr. Liborius Enio F. Taruk, with the title of paper is Quantifying and Effectiveness of Student Organization Activities Using Natural Language Processing. Please, Mr. Liborius, to present your paper.
Thank you, Doc. Good afternoon. Good afternoon also to all of my fellow attendees. Allow me to share my screen so that I can present my paper. Okay, my video is clear. Okay. My video is visible right now, right? So I'm sharing my screen at the moment. Okay, so once again, good afternoon to everybody. Allow me to introduce myself again. So my name is Liberius N.U.F. Taruk. I am the author of this research paper, Quantifying the Effectiveness of Student Organization Activities Using Natural Language Processing. So a bit about myself. I am the current author of this paper. I am also a postgraduate student of Masters in Computer Engineering under the Polytechnic University. I'm also associated to FU Institute of Technology. I'm one of the faculties in the Computer Engineering Department. Apart from that, I'm also in my industry practice. I'm also a manager in the core network planning and engineering in Globe Telecom Philippines, one of the well-known telecommunications company in the country. And also a course creator in the Asia Open RAN Academy. Along with me is my co-author and advisor, Dr. Arvin R. De La Cruz. So for my paper, I will now be presenting briefly on what the topic is about. So we now know that, or we all know the importance and the value of extracurricular activities play, especially in the overall development of students. We know that apart from just exposing students to the academic work that they are usually accustomed to do whenever they are trying to fulfill their school credentials, it is also important for them to also be exposed in extracurricular activities such as clubs, lab activities, among others. So the point here is that extracurricular activities within the academia sector provide an opportunity for the students to develop their soft skills such as their leadership skills, build social connections, and explore their interests that go beyond what the academe can offer. Now, having said that, no, of course, there is of course the need for us as part also of the academia, also as an instructor myself, in order to gauge the effectiveness on the student initiated activities, specifically those that were conducted by student organizations such as clubs, social circles, among others. No? Now, for especially in the concept or within the division of student affairs, those who are working within this sector of the education system face some challenges, especially if they want to have another tool or another means to measure out how effective is it that the students are able to not just conduct their activities, but also to properly gauge them and how they can further improve for future activities. So there is already a need for us for better metrics on evaluation techniques, as well as to give another means on evaluating the effectivity of a given activity aside from the ones that are normally given or provided by students in the form of, say, feedback forms that are given to the attendees, which are somewhat also one-sided. This is now where the concept of available tools come in for us, especially especially in the field of AI and natural language processing. We can go already beyond on what feedback forms and Likert scales are currently offering at the moment. So we now have, say, the concept of machine learning, where we can automate already or use machine learning as a tool. Accompany this with sentiment analysis or opinion making, which can offer a different perspective on how we can assess the tools that go beyond what the Likert scale can offer. And finally, incorporate a little bit of programming in the form of Python. Now, having said that, what is my research about? No? It goes into answering already the problem statement of, is there an existing machine learning workflow that can incorporate sentiment analysis as another means or tools for us to assess the effectivity of student-driven extracurricular activities? Now, from this problem statement, I was able to define the following objectives for my study. So first off, identify a language model that can be used for sentiment analysis. Identify the features that can be used in order to generate a score based on sentiment analysis still. Design a workflow that will generate an event score. And finally, perform testing within a given dataset. Now, the significance of this study is primarily more on the academia environment. Of course, the objective of the study is still to improve the quality and effectiveness of student activities. Provide another use case wherein we can use natural language processing, specifically sentiment analysis, that go beyond on what it can offer in, say, being used for product reviews and even movie reviews or market reviews in general. So it's another approach for us to use sentiment analysis. And finally, of course, to contribute a growing body of knowledge in sentiment analysis in general. My topic or my research paper primarily focused on two methodologies, which is a review of related literatures at around 38 references, as well as the development of machine learning workflow that can be used to process data coming from students and from there derive an event score, which can further quantify the effectivity of their events. Now, what are the general findings or some findings and results based on the four objectives that I was able to present a while ago? So the model that I was able to identify that can be used for sentiment analysis is what's called the bidirectional encoder representations from transformers or BERT. So this is a large language model which can be called via the PySentimiento toolkit within the Hugging Face platform. Now, the reason why I used BERT over all of the existing large language modules is that number one, it is of ease of use. And when compared to other large language models, specifically in the use case of sentiment analysis, BERT is easy to use and more straightforward in providing a given sentiment score. Okay, so some examples of the features that I was able to accommodate or capture from the data set because I am dealing with a bit of sensitive data, and I also have a sample set from one of the active organization, a recognized student organization in one of the higher education institutes in the Philippines, I was able to gather the following data set variables, each of which you would notice consists of the activity name, date of activity, among others. And of all of the information that I was able to gather, I was able to find out that the most key information that can capture the insights based on the given activity, which is in this variable n, are problems encountered. So what are the problems encountered on a given student activity, recommendations, and finally some conclusions. Based on now these variables, I was able to I was able to streamline and identify that the key features used in associating an activity name or an activity is problems encountered, recommendations, and conclusions. These are then the three features that are then fed into the workflow that I have also developed in my research paper. Now, further on, detailing on what the model that I have used, this is the BERT model because it is used for sentiment analysis. Its expected output is that, of course, it would produce a polarity level or a polarity label rather. And this label can be tagged as positive, neutral, or negative, along with an intensity score that can range between -1 to 1. Having said this, because it produces also a negative value, there is a need for us to further normalize it so that it would just be arranged between 0 and 1. Okay, and having said that, after having identified three key features, which is problems encountered, recommendations, and conclusions, a simple event score was then created in order to combine all of these elements and derive with what's called an event score. Okay, now these event scores are then pre-processed and it went through a simple workflow wherein data coming from post-activity reports of the student organization is passed through and cleaned. Of course, it went through the typical machine learning workflow process of pre-processing, tokenization, among others, wherein it is then further normalized and these scores are normalized between a value of 0 and 1. From there, it is then calculated and summed up in order to form a simple event score that would range between 0 to 100%. Okay, so here are some examples of the workflows that I was able to derive on my research. So I'll just quickly go through them. And what are the findings and the results? So passing through, I was able to gather a total of 21 data points. And my apologies here, I just redacted here the activity names in order to further mask the identification of said data sets. No? My point here is that it's interestingly enough that a high problems encounter score does not necessarily mean that we have also a low event score, which is just a sum of recommendations and conclusions. So likely this is because of a satisfactory event score overall driven by conclusions and recommendations. So what are my general conclusions and findings on my overall study? So again, I'll go back to my four main objectives. First off, a large language can be mentioned here that although BERT is normally used for assessing product reviews and giving out recommendations and quantifying, say, a given review normally used in the marketplace, it can also be applied in the academia in the form of quantifying feedback through student activities. So having said that, also for us to pass through values within the BERT model, it was found out that problems encountered, conclusions, and recommendations can be used as key features that can be then further used to quantify said sentiment analysis score. In terms of a workflow, a simple linear-based machine learning NLP workflow is sufficient in order to extract insight in data analysis and therefore provide another tool for, say, for instance, the academia in assessing the effectivity of student organizations. And finally, in terms of testing, quantifying the effectiveness of student activities using event scores is definitely feasible and may be further improved on in using LLM optimization techniques and training. So this is just a brief glimpse of what my research paper is about. And thank you very much. I am now open for your questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Liborius. And I think we have any time for give to other presenter to all participant to give question. Any question to Mr. Liborius and you? Okay, if no question, maybe we can going to the next presenter. And
Thank
Mr.
you.
Liberius, you can close your PPT. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Liberius, and we can give applause to Mr. Liberius. And we can go into the next presenter, Mr. Francis Angelo, with the title Papaya Meets Fitgan, a deep approach to classification of papaya disease by leveraging vision transformer to generative for serial network. Please, Mr. Francis Angelo, to present your paper.
Thank you so much for the introduction. So I'll be now sharing my screen for the presentation. All right, so to the audience, organizers, colleagues, and fellow presenters, a pleasant day to you all. So my name is Francis Angelo Fundal, one of the authors of the paper entitled Papaya Meets Ditkan, a deep approach to classification of papaya diseases by leveraging vision transformer to generative adversarial networks. So a quick run through about the authors of the paper. Me, Francis Angelo Fundal, alongside with my colleagues, co-presenters, James Ivan Opao and Mr. Jared Leonano. We are all undergraduate students from the College of Information and Computing Sciences of the University of Santo Tomas, Manila, Philippines. And we are all currently taking our bachelor's degree in computer science, specializing in core computer science. So alongside with our co-author and mentor, Mr. Jose A. Delfinado, he is a faculty member of the computer science department under the University of Santo Tomas, and he obtained his master's degree in mathematics from the University of Philippines, Diliman, and he obtained also his Master of Science in Computer Science at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, Illinois, USA. So moving on, convolutional neural networks have demonstrated success in classification of images in recent years. So here we are taking you to the agricultural side of it. So where it is also implemented in different studies. However, it faces the problem of a lack of data sets, specifically for papaya fruits. So this study focuses on leveraging vision transformer in combination with generative adversarial networks to address the challenges of having a limited and imbalanced papaya disease datasets. So the research here proposes a novel approach by implementing VIT-based GAN model or VIT-GAN and evaluating its performance against traditional CNN-based models. So the models here were based from the foundational study that utilizes various CNN architectures such as ResNet 50, YOLO-R, Efficient Det V3, YOLO V7, and YOLO Papaya. And we're going to compare their efficacy with the proposed VIT-GAN model alongside with the proposed Vision Transformer classifier. So the primary objective is to improve the mean average precision metric and F1 of papaya disease classification by integrating vision transformers with GANs through generating high-quality synthetic data to augment existing data sets. So the data set of this research actually has been obtained through a direct request from one of the authors of the foundational study conducted in Brazil, providing a robust basis for this experimentation. So in this study, we propose, as it stated, we propose a bit-based scan model designed to address the limited and imbalanced data sets. And that data set that we have obtained has 23,158 papaya images with its classification included in its file name. So the data set here was partitioned into 3 parts. So that 80% of the training of the data set will go to the training set, 10% will go to the validation set, and lastly, 10% for the testing. So the objectives of the paper is we aim to determine the impact of the proposed oversampling technique on incorporating vision transformers to the GAN model by contrasting two performances of the proposed bit classifier with and without data augmentation. The second one is to determine the impact of the resampled data set in terms of mean average precision and F1 score by recreating the previous CNN models by our foundational paper by Demorais et al. 2023 with data augmentation. And the third one is to determine the significant differences and improvements as well of the proposed vision transformer classifier in classification of the multi-class papaya diseases against previous CNN models used in the foundational study. So join us to learn about the innovative intersection with vision transformers and GANs and their transformative potential in agricultural technology.
Now, for the preliminaries, vision transformers are based off image classification that utilizes transformer encoders. Transformers are the type of model architecture used primarily in the field of natural language processing, or NLP, and machine learning. But instead of word embeddings, vision transformers use image patches as inputs to train the model. Next slide, please. A vision transformer generator model is more or less similar. A latent Z is inputted into the transformer encoders, and trained weights use said random input to transform them into a sequence of images in which it is then rearranged to an output images. For the training of the generator model, 80% of the data is used for training the generator. A vision transformer generator generates images in which the style GAN2 discriminates those images as such with your usual generative adversarial network. We will use style GAN2 for the discriminator as it had one of the best results in combination with a visual transformer generator. Past works inferred that by incorporating the self-attention mechanism of visual transformers and the power of convolutional layers, both global and local features are captured better by the model. Next slide, please. The trained generator model will then generate images to use as data augmentation for the classifier models. Training and validation will use both generated and real images to train the classifier models. The best validated performing model will then be used to test the model for its performance.
In conclusion, the research is still ongoing, planned to be completed by December of this year. The remaining work left to be done is to conduct extensive experimentation and validation of the proposed model using the retrieved dataset, and to practice its applicability and effectiveness by comparing it to established object detection models such as the various YOLO architectures. BIT is currently an uprising trend showing results comparable to established CNN models, and with GAN's ability to complement them by providing them with the data needed, they represent promising advancement in the field of plant disease detection. And our aim is to provide a more accurate and reliable method for identifying papaya diseases specifically. This research only covers papaya diseases, but continued development and validation of this approach could significantly impact agricultural technology as a whole. supporting farmers in managing various crop health more effectively and sustainably. Moving on to our appendix, displayed here is a sample of how our dataset table looks like, containing 9 classes, which consists of the healthy papaya class and 8 various papaya disease classes, which will be distinguished by the model. As of now, the images are heavily skewed towards the healthy papaya class, containing around 7,000 images, while the Phytophthora blight class, along with the stick disease class, contains only around 200 images. This will be balanced out by using the synthetic images created by the model. And here are the corresponding images to the various papaya disease classes of the dataset. Thank you for listening and thank you for allowing us to be able to present here. It has been a great honor for us. We are now open for questions.
Thank you, Francis Angelo, James Ivan, and Leonardo, 3 presenters in one group. Yeah. Yes, this topic is very interesting. I think this is a good topic about how to detect of the the healthy of papaya. Maybe other presenter or participant any question to 4 to 3 presenters? No question? It's okay. If no question, we are going to the next presenter. Mr. Jo Xiang from with the title of Toward Greens Highway Construction Evaluation System Model. And now, please, Mr. Jo Xiang, to present your result. Mr. Zhao Xiang, are you ready? Okay.
Desertion is towards Green Highway Construction Evaluation System Model. I'm a doctor of philosophy in business management. Abstract highway transportation is an important support for national economy and social development and an important part of transportation. Coordination, green, open, sharing, 5 development concept to strengthen the construction of ecology, civilization, and create green traffic. So the existing evaluation system. This study applies to the Green Highway Evaluation System of West Province as a physical starting point. Is committed to actively guide and promote Green Highway. In this paper, through investigating more than S province highway research, is studying Green Highway development at home and abroad on the basis of evaluation system. Combine the concept of Green Highway based on the top level design concept and the whole life circle concept. Put forward, the green highway should plan ahead. With green highway planning and design and construction, operation and maintenance, the three stages of considering how to implement green highway construction as a whole. Through the analysis of existing research results and field investigation results, the combination of S-green highways screening identified out of a certain representative index of green construction. Green highway operational three-level indicators and 11 secondary indicators and 47 tertiary indicators. Secondly, according to the Delphi method, through expert consultation and using the analytic accuracy process to determine the weight of green highway evaluation index. The weight from large to small is the green highway construction, design, and operation to establish the evaluation index system. Finally, by our highway as province as an example, the analysis of engineering sample in the green engineering measures taken by the highway management using the established evaluation index system to evaluate green highway construction. Grading result was 92.5. Our highway is a practical reference description and evaluation system for the construction of green highway based on the whole life circle has been established. Number two, the evaluation system is fully combined with the experience of the actual engineering project. Conclusion. Number one, analysis, management, evaluation of green highways from three stages: planning and design, construction, operation and maintenance. Number two, analysis and summarize the actual situation of the construction of green highways in 6 highways. Determines the evaluation indicators of green highway in that province and propose 3 first-level indicators, 11 second-level indicators, 47 third-level indicators. Number 3, the specific weights of the indicators constructed in this paper are determined by the Delphi method and analytic accuracy process, and the weights are green highway construction, design, and operation in descending order. Number 4, taking the air project in as province as an example. This paper analysis green highway construction measures in the construction process and evaluates his green construction behavior according to the established evaluation system. And the score is 92.5 points. The appendix has a table of 3 stages of the green design and the green construction and the green operation. and every part showed a weight score, and divided three level indicators: primary indicators, secondary indicators, and third level indicators. There's 47 third level indicators in the table. The table showed every indicator's weight. Total is all of the indicator at to 100%. Thank you for listening. Bye bye.
Thank you, Mr. Sao. Any question for Mr. Sao, our presenter? Do you have any question? No? Okay, we give applause to Mr. Sao. And we can going to the next presenter. Dr. Ma Sue Kiang, with the title of paper is Innovative Risk Management Framework for Large-Scale Bridge Construction in Beijing. Please, Dr. Ma, you can going to present now.
For large-scale bridge construction. Hello everyone, this is my title. Innovative teamwork for large-scale bridge construction in Beijing. And I'm Chen, and my advisor name is Dr. Chan. And this is my educational experience. My bachelor degree is in Hebei University of Engineering. Road bridge and river crossing here is my major. And my master degree is in China University. And my major is traffic transportation engineering. And my doctoral degree is in Philippine Christian University. And my major is engineering management. And this is an abstract. The study aims to describe the profile of respondents based on age, gender, position, professional title, academic degree, and years of experience in bridge construction. It also presented the organizational profile, including qualification, grade, project, nature, grade type of lands, quality, positional, and ownership. The study assisted the probability, severity, and the effectiveness of risk management. Measures for various risks, such as working at heights and hazards, electrical safety, bridge collapse, and street traffic safety, differences and relationships in risk assessments were tested based on profile variables. Lastly, the study proposed time notice as control for risk management throughout the bridge construction process. This is the description. To enhance the safety, reliability, security of bridge construction projects by systematically identifying
and the migration-based cost varies result areas, including the probability of occurrence of risks, safety hazard, and environmental impacts through a comprehensive integrated risk management framework to minimize the severity and the impact of risk reduction by implementing comprehensive safety protocols, advanced risk assessment technicals, and integrated risk management strategy across all identified areas, including risk associated with work like height, electrical safety, bridge close, and bridge safety, bridge track safety, will effectively addressing any other critical hazards. And this is the conclusion. Drawing the conclusion will reach the predicted on the study's findings. First one is bridge construction. Workers were mainly men between the age of 31 and 50, mostly with higher education and a larger proportion with 4 to 5 years of experience. Second is the probability of risk occurring in bridge construction varies across different assets. Risk related to work and height, healthy housing, environmental protection, electrical safety are generally considered problem. Third, the severity of risk occurring in bridge construction varies across different assets. Controlling factors are generally considered effective. The effectiveness of risk management measures in bridge construction varies across different assets. Controlling factors are generally considered effective. Base difference in risk assessment within bridge construction are given across various variables. Computed p-values are less than the 0.05 level of significance indicating statistical significance in these differences. Significant differences in the severity assessment of risks causing in bridge construction are observed across various profile variables. Computed p-values are less than the 0.25 level of significance. Statistical significance in these differences. Seventh, significant differences were found in the evaluation of effectiveness of risk management measures in bridge construction by different profile variables. Computed p-value below the 0.05 level and indicate that this appears differences are statistically significant. Eighth, a significant relationship exists between the assessment of risk occurrence, probability, severity, and risk management effectiveness in bridge construction. Computed p-values between 0.05 indicated statistical significance in these relationships. Next, the proposal risk management and analysis for the large bridge construction framework is essential for establishing a robust safety culture and ensuring the successful completion of projects. And this is the I start later for launch test. The study aims to provide a comprehensive understanding of risk management in large bridge reconstruction projects by addressing several key objectives. More specifically, the first one is to present the profile of the respondents in terms of age, gender, or proportion level, professional title, academic degree, numbers of years working in the bridge construction, organization's qualification level, nature of construction projects, bridge length of projects, actual pre-realization of quality, type of owner of the project, and main role in the project. Second, to ensure the control measures of risk identification. Third, to identify risk in the bridge construction process. Second one is several questionnaire. The first one is what is the profile of respondents in terms of age, gender, position level, professional title, academic degree, numbers of years working structure, organization qualification, grade level, projects need, nature of the conclusion, construction project, bridge type of the bridge project, bridge length, actual prediction, precision of quality, schedule, and the cost control, type of owner of the project, and the main role in the project. Second one is what's the probability of occurrence of risk in the bridge construction. And second one is what the severity of risk occurrent in bridge construction. The fourth one is how effective the risk management measures for bridge construction. Okay, that's all. Thanks for your listening.
Thank you, Dr. Ma. And I give you opportunity to give question to Dr. Ma. Any question? No question too? Okay. We can give applause to Dr. Ma. And we can going to the next presenter. I call you Miss Nurrohmah Indah Putranti. I think this is from Indonesia. With the title of paper is Virtual Painting Restoration Based on Deep Learning. Please, Miss Nurrohmah Indah Putranti, you can going to present now.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Greetings everyone. Thank you for being here today. My name is Nurrohmah Indah Putranti, and I'm excited to present our research on virtual restoration of works of art on based deep learning. This study used advanced machine learning technique to restore the color fidelity and nuance of historical painting. So I am a master student from Mechanical Engineering, University Science and Technology Taiwan. With the co-author is my professor Sang Chie Chang from Mechanical Engineering. The highest education in PhD in Mechanical Engineering, National Tikung University. Okay, next introduction. Firstly, what is virtual restoration? Virtual restoration is the application of advanced digital technique to restore artworks in virtual environment. The innovative approach combines the traditional field of art restoration with cutting-edge technology from machine learning. But how this works? Recent advancements in deep learning techniques, particularly CNN and GAN, have demonstrated remarkable capabilities in various image processing tasks. This technology can analyze, enhance, and even reconstruct image with incredible detail and accuracy. So why is this important? Deep learning technique offer new possibilities for art restoration by leveraging the power of machine learning and computer vision. By combining the upper size of art converter with computational power of deep learning, we can explore new dimensions in art conservation, and ensure the priceless artworks are preserved for future generation. Virtual restoration as a complementary tool. So it just offer insight into how a painting might look post-restoration without actually altering the traditional restoration. This approach assists restorers in decision-making and planning and previewing potential result. So it's not to replace the traditional restoration. And this is the previous study on painting virtual restoration. They use various method, model, and purpose such as CNN, unit GAN, cycle GAN, and pix-to-pix. So the idea of this study is image-to-image translation, which involves converting image from one domain to another. Common applications include artistic style transfer, super resolution, image in painting, and photo enhancement. Image can be split up into two distinct domains. And there's X, Y, X and Y. And for especially cycle GAN, they have capability to generate image without paired data. So cycles GAN is a type of GAN that excel in image translation without paired example. Like we want to transforming a horse into the zebra, and we need generator in it, but we do a second generator to change zebra back into the horse to make constraint that make sure this feature is not gone, like the feature of this zebra, just the head, not the all the body, or just the body, not all the head. The feature of horse is still there, but the color of the skin is zebras. That's the idea. So the closer is it, the better is it. It's called cycle consistency loss. In this study address specific problems such as a color degradation due to the varnish yellowing and the lack of unvarnished reference. Using the cycle GAN model for the virtual restoration of painting, and then enhance color fidelity and preserve nuance in artworks. Our main objective are to restore paintings' original colors and detail and evaluate our model's performance through quantitative and qualitative assessment. In summary, our objectives are to accurately restore the original color and details of paintings affected by varnish yellowing and rigorously evaluate our cycle GAN models performance using both quantitative and qualitative metrics. This approach aims to provide a reliable tool for virtual art restoration, enhance the preservation and appreciation of the cultural heritage. And this is the flow chart of the process. First, we have data collection. We collect the data and validate the data before using it. And we have data processing. We get it filtered and match the data set into the algorithm that will be used. And then cycle GIN training, and then we measure it, and then analyze comparison with the before after the results and evaluating it. So this is the data set description. The criteria for selecting the dataset include the first art style to ensure the model could handle various artwork. However, it's crucial to adhere to specific requirements to avoid collapsing the data process. The selected artworks had to all painting on canvas, avoiding overly abstract or sketch-based piece, and this could negatively impact the model performance. And then we need a color calibration as an essential process in virtual painting restoration. So aimed at ensuring the restored image accurately reflect to the original color of the artwork, incorporating matched color palette image into the training dataset. The color calibration process benefit from standards reference that enhance color accuracy. And this is the prep processing steps of dataset. We get it yellow filtered and resize it into the 256 pixel for ensuring compatibility with cycle GAN. And then next is the selection of painting to measure. After the training dataset, we select the painting that one we measure. Here are some key results from our study. We have visual example of painting before and after restoration, including Claude Monet and Herman Corradi. We choose this painting because the Claude Monet, the original would have more vibrant color, so it's can be looked how different it is it. And this is qualitative result. As you can see, the original unvarnished using traditional method is similar with generative unvarnished, and the varnish before restored is quite dull. And next is quantitative result. To understand how to read the graph and determine if the results are good, Euclidean distance is a graph must point near y-axis, indicates that many pixels are very similar but image. A graph with wide distribution indicates large variation in Euclidean distance, suggesting the image might differ. So this image is quite similar because they are most point near in y-axis. And next is PSNR, is peak signal to noise ratio. The higher PSNR values indicate better image quality, which is it's considered a good value of PSNR. And then SSIM, Structural Similarity Index measure, as a similarity between two images based on luminance, contrast, and structure. It's range -1 to 1, where the 1 is indicate perfectly similarity. So the value is closer to value 1, so it's considered to be very similar. And this is the distribution color analysis of cloud monet before and after. And this distribution before and after, I mean the original traditional restored and the generated and furnace, it's quite similar result. And then the next is for the painting of Herman Korodi Prayer of the Dawn. The color is also seems same for the similarity distribution colors. Okay, this limitation of our works is in obviously in abstract painting, because it have unique distinct style, so we didn't have a lot of data of it. And then we're dealing with ethical challenge, ensuring all painting is included dataset were obtained legally and ethically for researchers purpose required extensive effort and scrutiny. This process was crucial to complying with legal standard and respecting the rights of artworks owners. And then the last is the overlay painting. When dealing with painting with additional layer of reconstruction covering the original artwork, several limitations there. New layer paint can obscure original details, even change the original composition. So in traditional restoration before deep learning there, like the maybe 20 years ago, they also have restored the painting, but they instead of unvarnish it and change the style of painting too. It's the cycle gun models may struggle to accurately predict details hidden beneath the overpainted layers. Conclusion, summary statement demonstrate cycle gain potential for version painting restoration, enhance color fidelity and preserve nuances, and validate through quantitative metrics such as PSNR and SSM and qualitative assessment. Closing remarks is cycle gain offer new opportunities for art conservation, and refining models and interdisciplinary collaboration are essential, such as art conservator with computer science, engineering, and promising future for virtual painting restoration and cultural heritage preservation. So thank you for the time. This is all
Thank
my
you,
presentation.
Miss Nurrohma. Any question for Miss Nurrohma? You study in Taiwan. Yeah.
Yes.
Miss Nurrohma. Okay. I think the question. And we give applause to Miss Nurrohma. And we can go into the next presenter.
Thank you.
Yeah. I open. Dr. Niveta Martin with the title of paper, Generative Adversarial Network in Anomaly Detection of Financial Data. Please, Dr. Niveta Martin, I give you opportunity to present your paper and the type your you can present now. Hello? Oh, this presenter, Dr. Niveta Marchinsky. Okay. I call the next one presenter, Miss Nurrohma Indra Puchanti, all already present. And Miss Yao Shuki?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, with the title of paper, Study on Influencing Factor of Free Trade Agreement on Cross-Border Mergers and Acquisition Behavior of China's Enterprises. Please, Mrs. Yao Sukyu.
Okay.
The present now.
My topic is study on the influencing factors of free trade agreements on cross-border mergers and acquisitions behavior of Chinese enterprises. This is my biography. My major is international trade and business law. Abstract. In the process of globalization, many countries and regions are strengthening trade cooperation within the region and have single regional trade agreements. The surge in free trade agreements mirrors the shared aspirations of all nations to foster trade cooperation, foster economic growth, and tackle global challenges collectively with the advancement of globalization and the deepening of economic ties. The negotiations and signing of free trade agreements will continue to remain active. Asian, regional, political, and economic cooperation organization composed of dozens of countries in Southeast Asia was founded in 1967 by 5 initial members, including the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand. It's committed to strengthening cooperation between member states and for facilitating the development of the area over time. ASEAN has absorbed more members and constitute the ASEAN free trade area to gradually reduce tariff and non-tariff barriers between member states. ASEAN also promoted further economic integration process. The purpose of this study is to explore the influence mechanism of free trade agreement on cross-border mergers and acquisitions by analyzing the motivation, ability, resources, the policy environment of Chinese enterprises that participate in cross-border mergers and acquisitions. Through in-depth research that provide theoretical guidance and practical advice to Chinese companies involved in all wanting to be involved in mergers and acquisition, and to promote the in-depth development of economic cooperation and trade and investment between China and ASEAN. According to Reed, the Chinese Asian Free Trade Area aims to establish a free, convenient, transparent, and competitive investment mechanism
including national treatment, most favored nation treatment, and fair just treatment. The parties reached an agreement covering compensation for losses, profit transfer, and repayment. And dispute solution. The study pointed out that despite the remarkable results of cooperation, there are still problems such as trade competition imbalance within ASEAN and inaccurate development of regional infrastructure. Tao suggested taking advantage of ASEAN community free trade upgrading and regional connectivity to optimize trade structure, improve the application of laws and trade environment, promote industrial upgrading, reduce trade costs, and ensure that Chinese enterprises enjoy FTA tax benefits. According to Zhou, the analysis of the evolution and influencing factors of China-Asian trade facilitation shows that it is crucial to formulate a facilitation system in line with the regional economic development situation. Build a trade platform supported by information sharing the big data, strengthen communication channels, that promote long-term economic cooperation. In addition, according to the China-Asian Free Trade Area Development Strategy Analysis, launched in 2021, despite the appearance of friendliness, there is actually competition, especially in labor-intensive industrial and trade exports. Increased competitions might affect bilateral trade and cooperation progress. In 2024, Zhang began her research on the review of foreign investment in host countries and cross-border mergers and acquisitions of Chinese enterprises. The study found that the strengthening of foreign investment security review systems in OECD countries significantly hinder cross-border mergers and acquisitions by Chinese companies, especially in terms of increased cost and uncertainty. It's recommended that the Chinese government modernize its governance systems, support overseas mergers and acquisitions, promote public service and international investment guidance, and encourage the development of more open energy markets. Companies need to have a strong understanding of foreign investment review policies in various countries to reduce investment barriers. In 2023, one began to study the impact of transnational mergers and acquisitions on the innovation ability of enterprises, pointing out that transnational technology mergers and acquisitions have attracted much attention as a way to enhance the strength of enterprises, but the effort is not satisfactory, and whether it can really enhance the innovation ability is still controversial and needs further discussion. One study collaborated innovation impact of cross-border mergers and acquisitions of enterprises. Ways that cross-border mergers and acquisitions promote collaborated innovation and technology progress through global allocation of innovation resources, and particularly adaptive to economic globalization. The research enhances the promotion effect mergers and acquisitions investment, overseas market expansion and strategy sharing, and is affected by corporate collections and environment. In 2023, Liang studied the performance, the tensions, cross-border mergers and acquisitions of group, and analyzes the market performance, the financial effect, the tension mergers and acquisitions of some group by using the event study and financial index method. The study shows the cumulative excess return in the 10 days before the after the acquisitions in 2021 is positive. Intention shareholders had received positive market vision and good financial performance, especially in terms of profitability, operate efficiency, and assess structure optimization. The research results provide in reference for similar enterprises to improve business performance and productive through mergers and acquisitions, and emphasize the importance for a formulating effective countermeasures to avoid risks in the process mergers and acquisitions. Method. This paper adopts the described research method. The research objects are entrepreneurs and strategists, decisions makers in Shanghai, China, and samples are companies eligible for FTA influence and cross-border mergers and acquisitions. In order to ensure the representativeness and diversity of the sample, this study will adopt the method of random sampling and distribute 400 points of questionnaires to select enterprises affected by the free trade zones from different regions and industries in Shanghai, China. This is a proposal framework. Conclusion. Through the above data analysis, we have comprehensively explored the assessed the impact of FTIs on the cross-border mergers and acquisitions behavior of Chinese enterprises. When exploring the respondents' perspective on the cross-border mergers and acquisitions behavior, we find the most respondents general agree the cross-border mergers and acquisitions behavior has positive significance for the development of enterprises. Respondents believe that cross-border mergers and acquisitions help expand industrial scale, improve resource allocation efficiently, promote technological innovation and transfer, enhance international competitiveness, and joint cost advantage. In addition, they also believe that the performance of enterprises after cross-border mergers and acquisitions behaviors in line with expectations may exceed the industry average and has improved. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Yao. And now I give you opportunity to give a question to Mrs. Yao. Any question, everyone? No question? Okay, we give applause to Mrs. Yao. If everyone no question to Mrs. Yao. Thank you, Mrs. Yao. And now we can going to Mr. Liu Jiang, Dr. Liu Jiang, with the title paper is the impact of live streaming e-commerce on consumer case intention in Jiangsu province, China. Please, Dr. Liu Jiang, you can present
Yes, I'm
now.
here.
Yeah.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Professor. Can I share my PPT? Yeah, thank you. Okay. That is good. Thanks. And
maybe Mrs. Yao, you can close your PPT. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I begin? Yeah, good afternoon, Professor. And
yeah.
good afternoon,
you
everyone.
can start now. Okay.
It must be hard work. I hope you are good. Yeah, my title. My title name is The Influence, Not the Impact. I changed my title and I said so I changed a little. He said it should be the influence of live streaming e-commerce on consumer purchase intention in Jiangsu province, China. And my name is Liu Jiang. My advisor is Daniel Wong. So thanks, Professor, and thanks my advisor Daniel Wong. So this is my biography. I work in China and in FPA University, and I also study in the Philippine Christian University. Now I studied for my degree of Doctor Philosophy in Business Management, major in international marketing. So I choose the live streaming as my study objective. So the first is abstract. The paper explores the impact of e-commerce live streaming on consumer purchase intention by collecting and analyzing data. The research found that live commerce streaming can significantly increase consumer purchase intention. The research results indicate that e-commerce live streaming can provide more affluence and more authentic product information and shop experience, enhancing consumer purchasing and decision-making confidence. In addition, the study also found the consumer acceptance and participation in e-commerce live streaming are constantly increasing. Therefore, e-commerce live streaming is an effective marketing strategy to help to increase consumer participation and loyalty. And next is the keywords. e-commerce live streaming, consumer participation, shopping experience, and decision making. And the introduction is in recent years, the Chinese government has also recognized the potential of live streaming and have taken steps to promote its development. Policies have been introduced to encourage innovation in live streaming technology and content, while legal frameworks have been established to ensure the industry operates within a safe and regular environment. Today, live streaming has become an integral part of Chinese culture and economy. With millions of users engaging in visits daily, it has revolutionized how people consume and open up new opportunities for business, creators, and consumer alike. In conclusion, the development history of live streaming in China is a story of innovation, evolution, and government support. From its initial use in gaming and entertainment to its current state as a powerful tool for e-commerce and brand promotion, live streaming has transformed the way people interact with content and each other. So the state of the problem is including 8 effects. First is what's the profile of the response in study in the terms of age, sex, income, marital status, and professional. And the two is how does consumer participation and interaction in cross-border e-commerce live streaming impact purchase intention. And the three is how does the information nature of live streaming commerce impact purchase intention? So how does the entertainment aspect of live streaming commerce impact purchase intention? 5, how does the professionalism of live streaming commerce anchors impact purchase intention? 6, how does the credibility of live streaming commerce anchors impact purchase intention? 7, how does the attractiveness of live streaming commerce anchors impact purchase intention? 8, what effective live streaming strategies should be developed in order to achieve great impact on purchase intention? After reading many articles and papers, we choose the conceptual framework like this from the characteristics of the e-commerce live streaming and characteristics of the anchor. So we made the 6 hypotheses. One is there is no significant impact of consumer participation and interaction in e-commerce live streaming on participation. And others also is no significant impact on the purchase intention. So there is 6, and the research method logic, we have 2 aspects should be introduced. One is population samples and simple techniques. With a population of 20,000, the calculate sample is 377. The studies responsible are 408, which is more than 377. Consider the paper's research topic and the geography scope. This study will selected 408 consumers in Jiangsu province with frequently watched live commerce and have made a purchase. This group have a special understanding and experience of live streaming commerce, and their purchase intention is directly influenced by live stream e-commerce. Therefore, their feedback is an initial reference for research. To ensure the representativeness of samples, the study will adopt random and stratified sample method. And the second is the reliable test. The study carried out 30 responsible pilot tests for the questionnaire, and the Klumbaha alpha value is 0.956, which is excellent and suggests that the research instrument or skill used in this study is highly reliable. The research can have confidence in the result obtained using the skill, as it demonstrates strong international constitution. So we made the conclusion of the summary of the finding. The first is the profile of the response from the 6 age, income, professional, and status. So it's excellent. And the second is the correction analysis of feature of e-commerce live streaming and its emissions with consumer purchase. And the date is also okay. And the three is total relation analysis of anchor characteristics and its emissions with consumer purchase intention. And the four is a linear regression between consumer participation and interaction and consumer purchase intention. And the five is the linear regression between information and the consumer purchase intention. And the six is the linear regression between entertainment and the consumer purchase intention. And the seven is a linear regression between anchor professionalism and the consumer purchase intention. And the eight is linear regression between anchor credibility and consumer purchase intention. And the nine is a linear regression between attractiveness and anchors and the consumer purchase intention. All the data is beautiful and available. So we also got eight conclusion. One is study have gathered value insights into the demographic of e-commerce live stream user. And the second is there is a significant and positive relation between consumer participation and the interaction of their purchase intention in the content of e-commerce live streaming. And the third is there is a significant impact of information is on consumer purchase intention in e-commerce live streaming. The fourth is there is a significant relationship between entertainment value and the consumer's purchase intention in e-commerce live streaming. The five is the study has revealed a strong positive association between anchors professionalism and the consumer's purchase intention in e-commerce live streaming. Six is the study has demonstrated a significant relationship between anchors credibility and the consumer's purchase intention in e-commerce live streaming. Seven is anchors attractiveness play a significant role in influencing consumer purchase intentions in e-commerce live streaming. And the eighth is developing effective live streaming strategy is pivotal to e-commerce success. And the recommendation is e-commerce live streaming is a powerful tool for business to encourage customer and influence purchase decisions. To maximize its impact, companies should invest in high quality setup training staff, and collection consumer feedback. Understanding target market preference is crucial. Collaborating with local influence or celebrities can also increase reaching. The following recommends might drive sale and build last relationship with consumer. One is understanding consumer behavior in e-commerce. We must understand what the consumer think and what's their behavior. And the second is improving sale and conversion rating. We must be treat our anger with professional and attractiveness. And three is leveraging market opportunity. We should use data mining and other data analysis so we can know where is the opportunities and what products will be liked by the consumer. So, and the four is improving consumer experience. We must be have some experience employee so we can understand the consumer behavior and thinking well. And this is appendix 1 and the 2 we have a document paper research, and the 3 is a reliable test. So this is my paper. Thank you, Professor. All the best for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Liu Jiang. And now, everyone, any question for Dr. Liu Jiang? I give you opportunity to ask to Dr. Liu Jiang. I think no question too. And no, I give you Dr. Niveta Martin to presentation in the last presenter. And Dr. Liu Jiang, you can stop your PPT and we can give applause to Dr. Liu Jiang. Dr. Niveta Martin
Yes, ma'am.
Present about generative adversarial network and anomaly detection of financial data. Okay, please, Dr. Niveta Martin.
Yes, ma'am. I shall share my screen.
Yeah, you can share screen, and Dr. Liu Jiang, you can stop share.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon.
Yeah, after Dr. Niveta Martin present, we can take a photo.
Yeah, can you see my slide,
Yeah.
ma'am?
Yeah, you can present now. I will take photo after you present.
Yeah.
You can share? Can you share your PPT? Any problem?
Yes, I'm trying to share my screen, but Yes, I can once again.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yeah, you already screen? You already share screen?
Yeah, is it possible now?
We
Have you
can,
seen?
we
Yes,
cannot.
can you?
Yeah,
Can you?
I cannot see.
You
Yeah.
cannot. Oh my God.
Yeah, cannot.
No, I think I'm unable to share my screen now. Ma'am, shall I start my presentation and shall I later share my
Yeah.
PPT?
You can start presentation
Yeah.
without
We'll say the time. Yeah.
sir. Yeah.
Very warm greetings to everyone. I'm here to present generative adversarial network anomaly detection of financial data. So myself, Dr. Niveta Martin, I'm working as an assistant professor, Department of Mathematics from Tamil Nadu, India. So we know very well that the generative AI is a subset of artificial intelligence and is helping us to generate a lot of innovative content. And I have just chosen in my research work like a generative adversarial network. And this is actually a very competent architecture. And it helps us to go on with the exploration of different applications around us. And in this research work, I have exclusively applied to a financial data. So how to identify an anomalies with that. So it is very essential to train the architecture of the GAN, that is the Generative Adversarial Network, so as to make it more robust and effective in determining the anomalies. And now we know very well that why do we need a generative AI into financial data? So that's very important. And the generative adversarial networks are working very well in synthetic data generation. So if I'm going to have a mimic of my data, then if I'm able to train to identify the anomalies, then I can apply the same thing to a real data. So I can go on with a market simulation. And of course, with that, I can make with a portfolio optimization. So what is this modeling framework is comprising the steps? It starts with the data preparations. It goes with the architecture of it, then training, evaluation, and application. So they are the basic things where we encounter with an existing machine learning algorithm or artificial procedure approach. It works similar with that. But however, it functions a bit different in extended versions of generating of content. So that's more important. And here I have taken the modeling of the GAN with the financial data with respect to a Python environment. I have just developed the code and all those things. And as a result of it, I'm able to get the results having a lot of synchronizations and helping us to identifying the anomalies of it. And based on the results of that, I can say that the real data and the generated data, they are having an overlap significance are there. So what does this suggest? It suggests that actually this particular architecture is being trained very well so as to handle the anomalies with that. And the distributions of both the real data and generated data look similar with that. And here it having the two important core concepts that they have a discriminator and generator with that. So here there is having a generation of the data with having a lot of positive sign with that. And here it is more realistic data is able to go on with that. And here the differentiation loss is actually very less, I should say that, the real data and the generated data. And how could this could be improved? So here, no, both the training and it is having the loss relatively with that. So it is actually a balanced training process it has. And in terms of summarizing with that, this GAN is actually very successful in generating the data and it is resembling the financial data with that. And whether if I'm going to use this particular one to train to identify the anomalies, then I can go on with the application of the same thing with the real world data. So this is actually a recent times of references I have taken and it is a blossoming area. And soon we, the authors, have planned to go on with the extension of this with the more real data and extending the applications of GAN into the data analysis of the other aspects too. So thank you for giving me an opportunity.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Nifata Marchit. Oh.
I think now you can able to see my screen.
Yeah. Is this your screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's okay.
So let's discuss the abstract with that. Then the generative AI into financial data. This is the modeling framework. And here it is the Python. So they are the libraries we have been used here. And this is a data visualization. And some inferences I've given out of here. And this is my conclusion, ma'am.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Dr. Nifeta Martin. Yeah, you can stop. So, and now, everyone, any question to Dr. Nifeta Martin? No question too? Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Nifeta Martin, and we can give applause to Dr. Nifeta Martin. And before I will announce who the best presenter and who the best paper, I ask you, I request you to open your camera. I will take photo and maybe Miss Helen, you can help me to take photo.
Yes, Doc Anik, I will.
Yeah, everyone, please open your camera. We will take your photo. Ready? 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Okay. I think enough, yeah, for the take photo session. And now I will announce who the best presenter and who the best paper on this session. The best presenter on this session is Mr. Francis Angelo Fundal with the 3 presenter in one group, the best presenter. Congratulations. We give applause. And the best paper on decision is who? Miss Nurrohma Endah Putrantri with the paper title is Virtual Painting Restoration based on Deep Learning. Congratulations to Mrs. Endah and Mr. Francis. Thank you. And now I will ask to Miss Helen to take the next session.
Yeah, thank you
thank
so
you.
much. Thank you very much, Doc Anik. Thank you, dear presenters. Indeed, Your presentations are very, very meaningful. The content of the research are very good. And I think most of us wanted to replicate, duplicate, define your study, and maybe if it's applicable in our own local places. So we hope that in the next conferences, everybody, maybe we will double or triple the number of presenters and the number of participants. Take note, we can collaborate with each other. We can call and contact each other if we need our help, our expertise, and of course, your expertise too are needed in order to have a very good research output in the world around the globe. So thank you, dear organizers, in behalf of Core Research Foundation, PUP, Manila, Santo Tomas, different universities here and abroad, from China, from India, and all of us who are here today. Thank you very, very much. Your presence are really very important, and it shared and contributed a lot in order to make this activity a very successful one. Thank you, dear organizers, for having this conference. It is not yet the end of our conversations and the end of our meetings, but this is just the beginning of our next project in the future. Thank you very much, Doc Anik, our dear presenter. No, congratulations to the presenters, to the best paper. Thank you, everyone. Have a blessed Monday to all of us. See you in the future conference. Thank you so much.
See you in the
Bye-bye.
future conference.
More power, everyone. See you in the future conference.
Can I leave now?
Yes, Doc. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Bye.
Thank you
See
so much.
you.
Thank you so much. Bye.